Assalamu alaikum. If everyone who's out in the hallway or in the foyer will come in to this masala, we certainly appreciate it. We're getting ready to open. First, let's open with Al-Fatiha. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. All praises due to Allah, the Lord of all systems of knowledge. We welcome you here today for the first session of the Ramadan session. You know, yesterday we had a very nice program, and we thank Allah for it and for your participation and for all of the people who came to listen to Dr. Noordin at Jumu'ah, as well as the presentation he gave, the special presentation he gave yesterday evening. And we thank you, Doc, for it, and we thank you all for being here today. Now, this Ramadan session, as you all know, started with Imam W.D. Muhammad. And he would come out for years and years he came out, and he shared with us his insights that Allah Most High had blessed him with. And most of the Masjid, I won't say all of them, maybe all of them, have continued that work. It's not like having him physically, but his work is still, and that's what's important. His work is still going on. Imam Muhammad said, give me a good future. So we want people, when they come here, to feel like they're visiting the Masjid. Imam Muhammad is here. There was an Imam who invited Imam Muhammad to his city, and Imam Muhammad could not come. And so when the Imam saw him, he wanted to know about the program. He said, yeah, brother Imam, it went okay. He said, yeah. He said, that's how it should be. He said, if I have to be there for me in order to be in your city, I'm not there anyway. So he doesn't have to be here physically. That's my point. You know, we're still carrying on this work. And we thank Allah for him and for his insights and the blessing that God gave us. For 33 years, he was here with us. 33 or 34 years, he was here with us. And he has laid the pathway for us so as we move towards building model communities. That should be our objective. Now, we have some wonderful speakers here today, and I'm going to ask Sister Adrena in a minute to come forth and introduce our speaker for this morning, Sister Marcia Nivens. Welcome to Masjid Ash-Shaheed. We have a very active group of women in this masjid. And we value, we treasure them because actually they've given us competition. Or should I say, we're trying to catch up with them. because they've had programs after programs after programs, and we just started now. I would say give us a little credit because at least we had 3 summits in the mountains. And we have a group called Mecca, Men Elevating, Cultivating Community Advancement. So, and service was something that the Imam started. They committed to enhance the role of women in society. And all praise is due to Allah. Since I've been here, we've had that committee open. I've been working. And we had one when I was in Pennsylvania. So we came here, the sisters set up the same kind of committee in conjunction with Columbia. Columbia already had a committee, you know. So, and I think Columbia and Charlotte works closely together. And one thing that we try to do, I don't interfere with them. You know, if they ask me something, it's all praise due to Allah, I give advice. And I heard our Imam say one time, he said, his father didn't interfere with the women. And he said he didn't interfere with the women. And he said, whenever I go and give a presentation, I always take a witness with me. And I don't know why I said that. You know, so, But we value you, sisters, and all praise is due to Allah. A lot of good things that have gone on in this masjid have been spearheaded by women. So I'm not just saying this, I'm telling you this from the bottom of my heart. As a resident imam, we really value your work. So we thank Allah for this opportunity, this session, the theme, the Quran, a book of holistic guidance. Now I know that was right down his alley. And I know you can address the holistic situation as well. So we thank Allah for you, and I'm going to ask Sister Adrena, I'll give her the privilege of introducing you to us.
Assalamu alaikum. Sister Marcia Nivens is a native of Jersey City, New Jersey. She's a proud mother of 3 daughters and a passionate advocate for education in thriving African American and Muslim communities. She is a graduate of Howard University and obtained her master's degree in public administration from Seton Hall University. She is founder of the Early Childhood Institute, principal at Clara Muhammad School at Masjid Muhammad in Newark, grants manager for a community action agency, and former CEO of Starting Points Incorporated. She is also a dedicated member of Masjid Muhammad in Newark, New Jersey, programs director at New Freedom Network, co-host of the New Freedom Exchange podcast, co-CEO of New Freedom Works, member of Sisters in Service, the Unified Eid Committee of New Jersey, and Social Services and Health Wellness Committee at Masjid Muhammad in Newark. Her New Freedom Network can be found on Facebook, so if you have Facebook, you can follow it there. Her 3 daughters, one of which is in college, and she is already starting to make some very good moves towards assisting the Islamic community. And we recently had Sister Marcia speak at our service, our annual retreat in December, and she really did a great job about recovery and how we could do that in line with our faith. So I present to some and introduce to others Sister Marcia Nivens.
Allahu Akbar. Now can I clip this thing? Let's see. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. All right, maybe that's gonna work. If it don't work, we'll work with it, right? So I am so glad to be with you all today. It is a pleasure. Sometimes when you get invited to a place, you're always kind of like, well, at least for me, I'm like, how do you even know about me? And I know I'm on the podcast or whatever else I'm connected to, but somewhere in my mind, it's like, how do these people even know that I exist? Like, where do they see me at? But nonetheless, it is a pleasure to be with you all today. I'm always happy to be amongst the Muslims, to see the work that we're doing across the country, and to know that our efforts locally in our various masajid are not in vain, right? We're all still working towards something that's good. We all are still ever present, regardless to what the narrative is from others about what we are and are not doing, what does and does not exist, what is and is not happening. So you all are a testament to the fact that it's still happening. So anytime I hear my bio, I'm just like, okay, stop. That's, it's a lot. And also I'm just like, where do I find the time to do all of that stuff? But nonetheless, that's who we are, right? That's who we are. We're workers. And if we're connecting to our position in the world, and if we're connecting to our faith, al-Islam, and if we're connecting with the Quran, then we know it doesn't allow us to be stagnant, to be immobile, right? We're always moving, we're always doing, we're always becoming. We're always motivating others to do and become, right? So, because that's the evolution, right? Not the evolution of the ape to the man. That's not a thing. But us evolving as individuals, as humanity, becoming the best of ourselves. That's one of the prayers that I actually pray when I'm making dua, and I'm making dua for myself and my children. I'm always asking Allah to help us to become the best of ourselves, because I have young children, right? So I have an 11-year-old, a 16-year-old, and an 18-year-old. And me and the 11-year-old fight a lot. So I got to go to Allah about her often. And I'm like, Allah, help us to become the best of ourselves so we don't kill each other in this house. But nonetheless, I'm going to go ahead and move on. I'm actually going to skip the first slide because I was just going to tell you a little bit more about me. But Sister Adrena did that, and she covered pretty much all the things I do. Some of the things, though, that are near and dear to me is my work with the Clyde Muhammad schools. Right now, the Clyde Muhammad School in Newark is an active school, right? We don't have students, but when we were in session, I was the principal of the school. My children were students in the school. My two oldest graduated from the school. My middle daughter actually graduated in the pandemic, right? So there was no celebration per se because we were all home. But that work is really near and dear to me, so much so that there is a Clyde Muhammad Schools network that has been formed around the country amongst the schools. And we meet every month, the first Wednesday of each month, and we share resources and come up with ideas and strategies for each other to grow as institutions, and then to set up some structures for new schools to be established. So that work is really near and dear to me. And then my 9-to-5 job, which is grant writing, my hopes is to be able to bring some of that stuff to our community so that we're able to have and see some expansion for the work that we just kind of do off of charity, right? We do it, we raise money for it, and we help to develop it, and that's honorable, right? But we're also providing services in the community from a lot of our Masjid, and if there are masjids who want to have access to funds, then we should be able to lean on each other for those of us who have skill sets in our community to be able to help to develop that. So I just wanted to highlight those. And of course the podcast, that's something that comes on Facebook and YouTube every week. On Saturdays at 7, we usually have a show, and we're highlighting someone or some initiative in our community to show the best of ourselves. Our tagline is hold on, now I'm gonna mess it up, right? Just because I'm in front of y'all. But it talks about social dignity and community empowerment, right? So that's the idea behind it, is to be able to show the best of what comes out of our community, so that we then encourage others to come on the show, tell us what you're doing. We may even live stream your event so that others get to see what's happening. So I just wanted to get that out. But more importantly than any of those things, I'm your Muslim sister, right? I love you, and I want you to know that. And I want you also to know that I express that love by coming before you and, putting aside all my little fears and anxieties to share some reminders, to let you know that when we operate in our greatness, that's sort of the epitome of our existence, and what we can then give out into the world is to be able to operate in that human excellence. So now let's talk about our topic, a book of holistic guidance. And we're talking about, obviously, the Quran, right? So befitting. We're in the month of Ramadan. And a lot of times when we're thinking about Ramadan, or people in the general society think about Ramadan, the first thing that comes to our mind is fasting, right? That's Ramadan fasting, right? That is everybody in the world, well, I can't say everybody, but most people in the world, when they're thinking about the Muslims in Ramadan, they're thinking about the fact that they can't eat or drink all day, and they can't believe that you people are doing such a thing. Why would you do that? What is that doing for you, right? But we know that Ramadan is a blessed month, first of all, and it really is the month of the Quran, right? Yes, we fast. I'm not taking away the fact that we fast. We know that we fast, but it's the month in which the Quran was revealed. So what is it that we do say, not do, not say, connect with people in the world in relation to the fact that this Ramadan is connected to the Quran, right? So let's talk about Ramadan. Like, what does all that I just said mean, right? What is this Ramadan, right? I just had to explain to a coworker just recently about Ramadan. Well, I used the word had. I didn't have to explain it to her, but it kind of just came up in conversation. So at my job, I work with a large Hispanic population, right? And so culturally, for the most part, many of them are of the Christian faith, right? So some of them have understanding of Al-Islam, some of them do not. My assistant, she, by default, she has to know because she's in my office, and she's often hearing about the accommodations that have to be made in relation to me. But this one particular day, I was talking to another coworker who happens to work in human resources, right? And she saw me just passing in the hallway, and I'm not even sure how the conversation came up, but we wound up talking about Ramadan, and in this particular Hispanic community, there's starting to be an influx of people who are from like Middle Eastern countries, right? So they're Arabic speaking, and many of them are Muslim. So her daughter goes to school with some Muslim children, and I assume that in school, Ramadan came up as a subject matter. And so her daughter was talking with her classmate, and she said to her that by the way, her daughter's 7. So her daughter says to the friend that she wants to celebrate Ramadan, right? And the little girl even came back home to tell her mom she wants to celebrate Ramadan. But before she got to her mom, her friend told her, you can't celebrate Ramadan because you're not Arabic and the boys won't date you. And so, first of all, my friend said to her, when she came back and told her mom this, my friend said to her, first of all, you're 7, and you don't have to worry about dating any boys. So that's out, right? That's out. That's the first thing. Let's just skip by the fact that the little girl said you're not Arabic, right? Which we know is a language, right? But you won't be dating any boys. So let's just go ahead and zoom past that. But I took that as an opportunity to explain to this coworker what Ramadan was, because one of the things she had said to me was, I wanted to be able to explain to my daughter what Ramadan was, but, I had the limited information, right? I could go online and find things, and she said she wanted to sort of find some resources, maybe even a book that she could read to her daughter. So as we stood in the hallway, I began to tell her what Ramadan is. And in its simplistic description, I said to her that Ramadan is the 9th month in the Islamic calendar, and that Islamic calendar is structured on the phases of the moon, right? So we know that at the new moon, there's a new month, right? So I gave it to her sort of as simple as can be, because a lot of times we think of a holiday or a celebration, and we don't necessarily connect it to, Ramadan is a month, right? Let me just give it to you in that basic form at first, and then we can build it out, but it's a month, right? And then I told her it is the month in which the Quran was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? So now she knows, okay, Ramadan's the month, and in the month, this book was revealed, right? So now maybe that's connected to why they're observing or celebrating or fasting. She doesn't quite know. I got to give her a little bit more. I went on to tell her that Muslims spend this month fasting from dawn to sunset and reading the Quran in its entirety to gain taqwa. Now, if I tell somebody taqwa, they like, excuse me, who's taqwa? Because they're not Muslim. These terms, sometimes we talk to people and we explain things to people, and we take for granted that they don't know what some of that stuff is, right? Some of us barely know what it is, right? It's not our native language. It's not our native tongue. So we're learning those terminologies as well. So, I didn't quite use the word taqwa with her, right? I'm saying that all to you. But then I went on to tell her that, and I didn't use, like I said, I didn't use taqwa, but I did tell her that we read the Quran in its entirety, and the purpose for us doing that is to gain a greater regardfulness for God, right? And so you kind of think, okay, people can resonate with that, right? They're celebrating in this month. It's when the Quran was revealed, and they're reading that Quran to get closer to God. Real simple, right? Real basic. We don't necessarily have to go high level for people, especially when we're first meeting them, because sometimes we turn people off with that kind of thing, right? And so I went on to tell her that we also spend the month fasting. And as I said, most people are familiar with that. Most people are familiar with the fact that we're fasting. Now, in this moment, as I reflect on what I share with her, I wonder how many of us can explain Ramadan to a non-Muslim, or anybody for that matter, in such a succinct way, right? Or do we even think about it like that? And I'll admit for myself, there was a time when I couldn't do that, and it wasn't so long ago, right? And sometimes you got to kind of say that in certain rooms that you're in, because people see me up here and they think whatever they think about me, right? You say, oh, she went to this school and she did this and she's on this group, and they think I'm some super learned person. I am so regular, guys. I am so regular, but I think that's what, when we're like that, that's what allows us to connect to people, right? But I just know that there was a time that I couldn't do it like that. And so I was thankful to Allah in that moment that I was able to give it to her really, really, really basic. And then it makes you reflect on sort of what you know about your faith. Anytime you're sort of put in that position to have to explain certain things to people, it makes you sort of think to yourself, oh, wow, that is what I do, Because we do certain things like so rotely, right? It comes so second nature to us that sometimes we get into that space of taking for granted who we are and what it is that we do, right? So now my coworker was satisfied with the explanation that I gave her, right? She didn't really have much else to go with because she didn't know, and so I gave her what I had from me. But I was just imagining that. If I were the person receiving this information, I might want to know a little bit more, right? I might want to know how one achieves this taqwa, right? This regardfulness for God, and what role does the Quran play in that, right? So we're gonna go from there, right? So let's see. I'm not sure. Okay. Well, as Muslims, we understand that Quran is Allah's communication to humanity, and about who He is, who we are, our purpose, our final destination, as well as what we should do, what not to do, and the reward and consequences for people who did and did not do those things before us, right? I'm actually going to go back a slide. I don't want to give y'all too much at one time, right? But that's sort of, again, keeping it basic, right? Because sometimes we just got to bring ourselves back to the basics to check in, right? Am I that? Is it what I'm doing? Or am I just sort of in the routine of being Muslim because I've been Muslim for all these years? Because this is what my family does. Because this is what my mom and dad, gave to me, right? So when we think about ourselves as Muslims and we think about the Quran, I'm going to say it again. Quran is Allah's communication to humanity about who He is, who we are, or who we should be, right? Our purpose, our final destination, as well as what to do, what not to do, and the reward and consequences for people who did and did not do those things before us, right? And so as we're reading in this month of Ramadan, those are sort of the things at a high level that we're coming across. And we can go deep into the woods, but I'm going to keep this high level for us at the moment. Now, I would say that that's pretty holistic, right? If you came to somebody or you started a job and they told you, okay, this is what this company is, this is who we are, this is what we want you to do here, right? You are in my job, you are the grants manager. This is what you are to do, this is what you're not to do. And what are the other things I said? I don't want to zoom too far past it. This is the reward if you do this thing, right? I get my paycheck. Thank Allah for that, right? This is what happens if you break these rules. And maybe sometimes you get and you probably don't get this from the HR department, but you may get this from your coworkers. Well, this is what happened before you got here, right? This is what the people did before you got here. Yeah, this is what the people did before you got here. And so you may want to do that and you may not want to do this, right? So, but when we start a job, we sort of get that holistic view of what our purpose is at that place, right? So for a clear understanding, let's define the term holistic, right? So initially, when I think about holistic, my mind gravitates toward a medical reference, right? I always hear holistic in terms of medicine, or I guess for some people you would say the lack thereof. But I wouldn't say necessarily the lack. I would just say a difference, right? A different type of medicine, right? But you think of that when you think about something being holistic. So in that sense, it is something that takes into account the whole person and what is connected to that person. I work for a community action agency, right? And so in this community action agency, there are 3 divisions. One is healthcare, the other is early child education, because we have Head Starts and early Head Starts. And then the other is social services, right? So in that healthcare world, when we think about holistic and we're talking about holistic, we call those factors, right, social determinants of health, right? We're thinking about things that impact the person's health, not just, oh, he or she has diabetes, he or she has hypertension, but we look at all of the factors that feed into the fact that that person has that, right? So it may be connected to housing and the lack thereof. It may be connected to their their economic status or the lack thereof, or even academic, right? How much education this person does or does not have, because those things affect access to your health care, right? And so if you can't get to the health care and you're eating the way you're eating, and Imam Noordin knows this much better than I do, so I'm not gonna go anywhere too far into that. But those things have an impact on the fact that you have diabetes or hypertension or any of the other comorbidities, and it affects how intentionally you have those things, right? So when we think about holistic, it's not just that thing, but it's that thing and the other things around it that impacts it, that affects it, right? And so basically, we exclude nothing that has an impact on a person's well-being. So how is the Quran that? And so, let's see. So at this point, you have completed a little bit more than half of Ramadan, right? We passed the halfway mark. We're not quite in the home stretch, but we're past halfway mark, right? And if you've been reading a juz a day, which is the 30th of the Quran each day, then you have learned that Allah is your source. He gives to you and He helps you. And He also redeems you when you've lost your way. For those things, we reverence Allah, right? So that's what it's because Allah is, we use terms like benefactor, right? So we see benefactor up on the screen. That's a person that gives something to you, right? If you're thinking about insurance terms, right? I'm the benefactor, and if I have a policy and, something happens to me and my children get those funds, they're the beneficiary, right? So they receive it, but I'm the benefactor, right? I'm giving that to them as a result of me passing on and them not having to struggle in life, right? So Allah is the source. He gives to you and He helps you, but He also redeems you when you've lost your way, because we all know that that's a thing, right? Sometimes it's hard to stay on that straight path. For those things, we reverence Allah by acknowledging that He is the evolver, He is the sustainer of all systems of knowledge. And because of that, we worship Allah through our actions, not just with words, right? So if you grew up in a church like I did, right? So I grew up in a church. When you think about worship, you know, all sorts of images come to your mind, right? You think about people maybe throwing up their hands or shouting, all those kinds of things, right? Or whatever picture we have in our mind about what goes on in a church, right? And that would be called worship, right? And even for us, we sort of have like this remembrance of Allah when we're thickering, right? We say things like Subhanallah, Alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar, right? So those are words that we say to remember Allah, right? That's the reverence of Allah, right? Allah is these things to us, and we're acknowledging those things. But that's just not it, right? And you could do that all day long if you so chose to do that. But it's also about what it is that you do, and that's worship too. And so I challenge you that if that's sort of not in your frame of reference as you think about worship, to add that to it, because the worship is also in your actions. But now, because of who Allah is, He's who we ask for help and guidance, right, when it's needed. And as we know, it's needed always, right? We're always coming up to roadblocks, and we don't quite know what to do, left, right, up, down. We have no idea. And it's not just when we have roadblocks. It's just in our daily lives, right? Knowing how to function as a Muslim. You know, some of us have been Muslim for a long time. Some of us may be new to Islam. And we need to know, how do I do this thing, right? How do I live this life? How do I incorporate these tenets into my daily existence, right? Now, if you haven't figured it out already, I'm describing the Al-Fatiha, right? All those terms you see up there, right? They're in English, but I'm describing the Al-Fatiha, right? It's the opening, right? It's the opening of the Quran. And it's the opening of the Quran to this holistic guidance that we're talking about. It's the essence of the whole book, right? We say al-Kitab, right? And I would venture to say that it's the fullness, it helps us to reach the fullness of our human existence. Now, I could stop there and call it a day, right? Because anybody will tell you, you could be on Al-Fatiha for the longest time and just keep pulling jewels out and keep pulling jewels out and keep pulling jewels out. But I won't do that, right? I won't do that. I won't call it a day, because there's much more that we can talk about in relation to the Quran and this guidance. Let's see. Okay. So, if you didn't already know, or you now know, and you now know who to call. Oh, if you didn't already know, you now know who to call, right? So who we call is Allah. And we know when to call Allah, we know what to call Allah for, and it's for the guidance, right? And why you're calling on that entity, right? We say we call on that entity because Allah is, we reverence Him for having those characteristics and titles that Allah has. And when do we do that? And we know that that's always. Because why would you choose to do anything else, right? If something works, what we say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So if it works, if that system, if that formula works, then we stick with it. And we also know from that Al-Fatiha, which is in the Quran, where Allah is guiding us to, right? And so that's the straight path, right? We say the Sirat al-Mustaqim. The rest of the book reinforces what I just shared and shows us how Allah carries this out, right? So we know who, Allah, we know what, the guidance, we know where to the Sirat al-Mustaqim, when, always, right? Why? Because Allah is who He is, right? And I'll try not to move this too much here. Let's do that. Okay. So part of the reason I said before, I could just leave us there, but I won't leave us there. But part of the reason I won't leave us there is because I remember a time, again, not too long ago, when I needed to know how the Quran was holistic guidance. I said to you already, I grew up in a Baptist church, right? So I knew what I knew about the scriptures. And I knew how those things, how those things impacted me to the extent that I knew. But I also understand and experience of knowing when those scriptures or how it was being articulated to me didn't quite sit well with me, right? And when I came to that point of being faced with, do I believe this? Is this the way it is? I'll tell you personally, it was a challenging time because you go through this period of having to shift your whole self. And I tell people all the time, when we're giving information to people about Islam, particularly people who are not Muslim, think about whether or not like you're pulling the entire rug from up under somebody, because that transition is very scary. And I know it firsthand. I didn't necessarily have anybody pull the rug up from under me, but you see sometimes people will just come so hard, right? And they'll just, no, it's not that, and it's not this, and you're wrong, and all of those things, right? But when you pull up somebody's foundation that way, sometimes you leave them in this lurch that's very hard for them to recover from. And I just wanted to add that because that's something that I can personally, that personally resonates with me. But I also remember accepting Islam and being told that all the answers were in the Quran. And I was just like, well, I read it. I mean, I may not have read it in its entirety at that time, but I'm like, I'm reading this book and I can't, where are they? Because I don't know where you're telling me everything's in the Quran, and I'm like, yeah, I ain't read it. But it's part of it is because I was looking for the Quran to say, right, step one. Brother says step one. Exactly. Step one, put your kima on. Step two, go to the Masjid. I was looking for it from that perspective, and it was just kind of like, yeah, no, you ain't gonna find it if you try to do it like that. But there are so many things in this Quran that is guidance for our lives if we allow it to be that for us, right? You can know something is that, but then you've got to go to step two, right? And allow it to be that for you, and that's sort of the elevation, right? So let's find out more about this holistic guidance together. In the Quran, Allah gives us these matter-of-fact statements, right? Like, this is this, that is that, left, right, up, down, what have you. One of those is in Surah Al-Baqarah in ayats 1 through 4, and so I'm going to read that for you. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Alif Lam Mim. This is the book, and it is guidance sure, without doubt, to those who fear Allah, who believe in the unseen, are steadfast in prayer, and spend out of what we have provided for them, and who believe in the revelation sent to thee and sent before thy time, and in their hearts have the assurance of the hereafter, right? And so we already talked about who Allah is, right? We talked about sustainer, benefactor, Lord of all systems and not. We talked about all those characteristics, right? We know who Allah is right now, right? We got that out the Quran. But we're also saying that the Quran tells you who you should be, right? And so in what I just read, we pulled out fear Allah, right? You should be a person who fears Allah. And for people who hear that sometimes, that word fear can have all kinds of connotations connected to it. You think fear, you think it's somebody maybe swinging that belt. It depends on your experience, right? You think of, fear in that way, like protecting myself from somebody or something, but fear is also sort of that regardfulness or that reverence that we talked about, right? You should be conscious of the fact that Allah has these criteria for you. And if you come out of alignment with that, then you should be a little nervous about where you stand with Allah. And we know Allah is merciful, but that doesn't negate that we strive for these things, right? So in what we just read, we read about fearing Allah. We should be people who believe in the unseen, be people who are steadfast in prayer, charitable, believe in revelations sent to Muhammad and before Muhammad, and believe in the hereafter, right? The Jannah. So not only does the Quran teach us how to understand Allah, it also teaches us who we should be. And then there are some other criteria, right? And we don't have enough time today. I couldn't necessarily go through all of it, right? So I'm just in this moment so pulling some tidbits out for us to see how this book really covers the totality of our existence, right? It is guidance. But there are also other criteria that Allah outlines in the Quran. And I'm going to go to Surah 2, which we know as Baqarah, ayats 83 and 84. I kind of have these marked, so hopefully I can get to them quick. And remember, we took a covenant from the children of Israel to this effect. Worship none but Allah. Treat with kindness your parents and kindred, and orphans, and those in need. Speak fair to the people. Again, we got that. Be steadfast in prayer. So we got prayer again. And practice regular charity. We got charity again. Then did ye turn back, except a few among you, and ye backslid even now. And remember, we took your covenant to this effect. Shed no blood amongst you, nor turn out your own people from your homes. And this ye solemnly ratify, and to this ye can bear witness. So in that reference, it's Allah and his instruction to the children of Israel, right? And the guidelines that he set out at that time, right? So then we have some other criteria, right? Worship only Allah, right? Treat your parents, kindred, orphans, and those in need with kindness. I'm probably going to have to go home and read this one to my children, right? Be nice to your mama. Shed no blood among you. Don't turn out your own people from their homes, right? Don't displace people. So there's some other criteria in there. And like I said, we can probably spend all day sort of pulling things out of this Quran, but these are just some. Those are just a few instructions on how we should be. Now let's uncover the Quran's guidance for what to do, right? While there's not nearly enough time, as I already said, to cover these directives in its entirety, let's review a few. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us in the Quran the direction of the Qibla, right? So we've been talking about being steadfast in prayer. So it's like, okay, pray Allah, you want me to pray? Okay, how do I do it? What do I do? Where do I face, right? It's in the Quran. Surah 2, ayat 144 tells us, let's see, how to take these little notes out as I go by them so I don't repeat them. We see the turning of thy face for guidance to the heavens. Now shall we turn thee to a Qibla that shall please thee. Turn then thy face in the direction of the sacred mosque. Where ye are, turn your faces in that direction. The people of the book know well that that is the truth from their Lord, nor is Allah unmindful of what they do, right? So we get direction like that, like where to turn, right? Now, where is our Qibla? Okay. It says turn towards the sacred mosque, right? We ain't got to think about it no more. We got it, right? The answer is there. And then the Quran gives us other sort of guidance, right? Or other sort of matter-of-fact statements of this is how you do it, right? And so it tells us about dietary restrictions. And it even gives us like a merciful accommodation when that's necessary. And then I'm going to go to Surah 2 again, and the Baqarah in ayat 173. So there, he hath only forbidden you dead meat and blood, and the flesh of swine, and that on which any other name have been invoked besides that of Allah. But if one is forced by necessity without willful disobedience, nor transgressing due limits, then is he guiltless, for Allah is all-forgiving, most merciful. Right? So now we even know what to eat and not to eat, right? We know what to stay away from as a result of reading this Quran. And then the Quran goes on further to tell us all sorts of other things, right? The rules on fasting, when Ramadan is and how you know it's here, right? It commands us to make Hajj and Umrah. It gives us guidance around marriage prohibitions, right? And we know in An-Nisa, right, it tells you who you can and cannot marry, right? You can't marry this one and that one and the third one, right? Guidance. It gives us guidelines for divorce. How do you do that thing, right? We know that Allah doesn't love divorce, but even in taking that stance, there's a guideline for how to do it if that becomes your circumstance. There are rules for the prayer, prohibitions in relation to usury, right? We know, I let you borrow something, and now I tell you, well, you gotta give it to me back, but you gotta give it to me back tenfold, right? It tells us not to do those kinds of things. And then it also tells us about establishing contracts for our agreements, right? So then there's all these guidelines in there. And sometimes a lot of times, right, if we're reading it and we're sort of just zooming past those things, we miss it. We miss that all this stuff is in there, that all these little guides and tidbits and, these are the criteria. This is how you should be. This is what you should do. This is what you should not do. We miss those things because we sort of get into our routine, right? And we're also products when we become Muslim or we accept al-Islam, right? Our goal is to be able to change ourselves and what we do and how we do to fit into the confines of this religion. We're also products of our environments that are outside of that, right? Our society, our homes, whatever the guides or the flavor of the day is, at our jobs, right? And so we got all these different competing wombs, right? So sometimes we talk about it as wombs, right? And so we have all these different, sometimes competing wombs that are contrary to some of this stuff that we're reading about. And if you're not connecting with the Quran in a very routine, I'm picking it up, I'm opening it every day, I'm reading a little bit, I'm connecting with it, then what do we say? If you don't use it, you lose it, right? Those kinds of things. So it's very easy to forget about it. But we know if we connect with the Quran consistently, not only is it on your mind, but then it gets written on your heart, right? And so when you come into encounter a situation that may be contrary, the angel sort of reminds you, okay, sis, get it together. Don't do this. All right, brother. That ain't right. Don't go that way. That's not for you. That's not living Islam. And so we went through all of this, and I'm not even out of Surah Al-Baqarah. I'm only in the second chapter. And we have all of this thus far, right? So now let's think about it. The Quran, it's a book of holistic guidance, right? So we've touched so many things so far. We may not have gone into detail with all of it, but we got contracts, we got marriage, we got divorce, we got Hajj, we got all these different things, and we're not even out of the second surah. So now let's recap. The Quran tells us who Allah is, who we should be, and what we should do. So we'll go ahead and move forward. Remember at the ends of Al-Fatiha how we ask Allah to show us the straight way, the way of those whom thou hast bestowed thy grace, those whose portion is not wrath and who go not astray. And it depends on, I'm saying it in English, right? And it depends on what transliteration you're reading, how that what language is used there. Well, Allah in the Quran gives us examples for those exact character types or those types of scenarios, right? So that we are able to make a distinction between whether to go left, right, up, down, backwards, forwards, and out, right? There are numerous examples of the righteous and the rejectors detailed in the stories of the Quran, right? So if you're reading, I didn't show us this slide, so you can go ahead and read that if you want while I'm saying this. When we're reading the Quran, we read a lot about like what the people of faith did, what the faithful did, and what their rewards are. But we also read about the rejectors and what sort of constitutes a rejector, what they did, what they didn't do, what they accepted, what they didn't accept, what type of people they were. And the same on the other end as the faithful. And sometimes, you know, I did a PowerPoint presentation for this, just because sometimes it helps to see it visually, you know. Like I said, when we're reading, we're not always, sometimes we're taking notes, right? But sometimes maybe we're not in a position where we can take notes. I like to put things in my phone from time to time. Last year, for Ramadan, something that I did that actually helped me out with this presentation, every juz I read, I made notes in my phone, right? And I just pulled out like some things that just stuck out to me. Because again, I remember being in that place of people telling me all the answers are in the Quran, right? And I was just, you know, that just blew my mind because I didn't understand it, I didn't see it. So I was inspired to, every time I read a juz, as I was going through, there was some really major points that they were very glaring, and I just pulled them out and wrote them in some notes. So that when I went back, and my thought process at the time was that when I went back this year, right, inshallah, Allah was going to allow me to get to the next Ramadan, but when I went back this year, or I read throughout the year, that I was going to be able to look at those notes, read them, and then read the juz and see, like, did I find that, right? Is this now clearer to me? And I'm not sure if I think I may have even gotten this. So I took a class with Imam Rashad Abdul Rahman out of Atlanta. And it may have been him or this other sister, but I remember them saying that, okay, well, if you're reading, since we're talking a lot about Baqarah, if I'm reading Baqarah, the cow, somewhere in that surah, I'm going to hear something about this cow, right? Because I remember being in that spot too of like, okay, it's called the cow, but like, why? Because I'm reading all this other stuff and I ain't get to the cow yet. So like, how does it fit? But then I came to learn that you'll find it, it'll come up. You know, it may not be the only thing that's described there, but it'll come up as you're reading. And so I took those notes to sort of help to guide me to when I got to that, or to make sure that I was understanding the gist of this surah, right? And let's go back. So in doing that, right, I was able to, there was a lot in the reading of this Quran about like who the righteous were, who the rejectors were. And if you're able to do like something visual, even if it's a notebook, writing it down, right? Like as you go through, you know, make a little note, righteous, rejectors, and start to like put the characteristics of what these people are. And then like, you know, look at you and be like, do I have some stuff over here? Because of course we want to go to the righteous part first, right? We want to see our stuff on the good side first. Like, do I have some stuff over there? All right, good. Check, check, check. I feel good about myself. And then you look at that other list and you're like, oh wait, yeah, I got a little bit of that too, you know, and those are the things that we have to clean up, right? Don't despair, right? Don't despair in some of those things, but it's sort of like a check-in. It's a check-in with yourself. All right, I got to clean it up. I heard you, Allah. I got it, you know, that kind of thing. But in the Quran, the guidance also comes through these stories, right? And so that was another thing that was helping me as I was going through reading the Quran, is that anytime that I got to a point where there was a story, I just kind of wrote it down, right? The story of Musa, the story of Musa and Pharaoh. And, I didn't necessarily go into what happened or any of those things, but I just kind of wrote them down, right? I kind of wrote them down so that I had a frame of reference that Allah is trying to teach me something, right? There goes the guidance again. Allah is trying to teach me something about what to do and what not to do, who the faithful are and who the rejectors are. Because if you're telling me that I should be amongst the faithful, I got to know what that is, right? A lot of times we move through our life as Muslims kind of, faking it till we make it, right? We're afraid to ask questions about stuff. And I always encourage people, just ask questions. I'll ask 1,000 questions. You might even get tired of me. But I'm going to ask because I want to know, and I don't want to be confused, right? I want to be clear, and I want to understand it. And so if you're telling me I'm supposed to be amongst the faithful, then I got to know what faithful people are, right? What do they look like? What do they do, they don't do? What do they have, what don't they have? How do they act? And then on the opposite end, if I'm not supposed to be a rejecter, I need to know what those people did that made them rejectors. Because I may very well be doing something unconsciously that makes me that. And if I want to be the best of myself, then I'm working on making the distinction so that I do it in the best way. And so we have all these different models, and I just named a few, right? Like I said, we've only just gotten a little bit over half of the Quran under our belt and during this Ramadan. So I've only just sort of listed a few there. And we have like the story of Musa and Pharaoh, and how that played out. And we got Solomon and Taluth and Goliath, or Jaluth, right? You say it like that in Arabic. Adam, Nuh, which is Noah, Ibrahim, Maryam, Isa, Cain and Abel, Iblis, right? Hud and the people of Ash, Salih and the people of Thamud, Lut, Shuaib, Yunus, Yahya, Ishmael, Idris, right? We have all these stories. Like you can go in the Quran and there's some story, some may be longer than others, some may give you a little bit more detail than others, but it gives you this idea of these messengers and these prophets, what they were bringing to the people, and what some people sort of bought onto, right? They signed on to it, and other people were like, yeah, no, we ain't doing that. And, and then the consequence of not doing those things, right? And so with Musa and Pharaoh, we learned about the oppression of Musa and his people, right? And Pharaoh's rejection of faith, and subsequently the drowning, right? His drowning. So then what do I do with that story, right? Well, then I would ask the question, well, is there any oppression in your life, right? Because if we're saying the Quran is guidance, then this has to be a book that I can then go back to if I'm in a situation, right? If I'm trying to figure something out. So if we're taking the story of Musa and Pharaoh, then I would ask you, and you don't have to answer, right? But is there an oppression in your life that needs to be drowned, right? Simple as that, right? There was an oppression. There was an encouragement for Pharaoh to believe in Allah and to live Islam, right? He said no, and Allah saved Musa and his people, and then Pharaoh's people drowned, right? And so, is there something like that happening in your life, right? It may not necessarily be a Pharaoh, right? But there's a Pharaoh-like either character or situation, right? And you are in a Musa-like position in your life. How does that play out? It's more about the concept of it than the actual story in a lot of cases, right? Because that sometimes trips you up too, right? Like, I'm looking for the guidance, but like, I don't know nobody named Musa. Who is Pharaoh? Those kinds of things. And then with Talut, right, we learn about a smaller army defeating a larger army because of their faith, and as a result, Goliath was slain, right? And so, do you face giants, but you don't know quite, you don't know if you'll be able to overcome them, right? It seems too big. You have these limited resources. You are who you are. That may not be as big as you think that other thing is, right? Same concept. Different players, same concept, still guidance, right? And then with Ibrahim, we learn about his search for his Lord, but we also learn about his choice for Islam despite his father's rejection of faith. And if you all were out for the Taraweeh last night, the Qari, he talked about that story, right? He talked about how many people in the room have that personal experience of accepting Islam and maybe being rejected from those who are near and dear to us, right? Because of our choice. And so, same concept, different players, but good guidance, right? So we still see guidance in the story. And then the question would be, are you looking for something solid to follow, right? We know that Ibrahim was searching, is this my Lord? No, is this my Lord? Nope, sunset, this does this does that. No, right? It can't be those things, right? So are you looking for something solid to follow? Or do you risk rejection in spite of making the right choice? The concept is there, right? It's in the story. Different players, same guidance, right? And then with Noah, right, we learn how he had to leave his son behind, right? And then with Lut, we had to learn how, his wife got turned around, right? Well, you have to lose something near and dear to you to align yourself with Allah's plan for your life. And I could go on and on and on, right? All of these stories have something, some jewel. We'll sometimes we call them jewels, right? Some jewel that you can pull out of it to apply to your life, and that's the guidance, right? And these stories, and I didn't go into all of them, but these stories touch on different aspects of our human existence, right? So in that, it's holistic, right? It's telling you about various different things that you may or may not go through, right, in life, and a formula for how to get through it, or what Allah did for this person before you. And obviously, if Allah did it before you for someone else, He can do it for you if you operate on the side of faith, right? The point of guidance, the point of the guidance for all types of situations. The point is that the guidance is for all types of situations that we think no one understands and we feel are so unprecedented. Those things are in the Quran, right? You'll hear people say there's nothing new under the sun. And for the most part, it's true, right? This book is from way long ago. But if I open it right now, I can find something to help me through a situation now in 2023. Allah even uses parables and similitudes of common things to help us understand more clearly what He means by a thing, right? You'll see some, in the Quran it'll say those people, it was like a fire that was kindled and then it was put out, right? And that's used because you understand how fires work, right? You understand there being a fire and it being put out. And then that gets related to, how the people are deaf, dumb, and blind. Now you understand it better because I have this tangible thing, fire, that I know because I use it. I use it to cook. I use it for whatever, right? I understand fire. I may not understand necessarily how Allah is leaving these people, or these people are deaf, dumb, and blind. But if you say, well, it's like a fire, and it's like putting the fire out. Oh, okay, I understand that. Now I can relate it to something. And you see a lot of those parables and similitudes in the Quran. And that's just to help the guidance to be to resonate more with you, right? To stick with you, so that you have something familiar to you to relate it to. And of course, it's very clear, the Quran is very clear about the provision of gardens and bliss for the righteous. And then it's also very clear about the promise for hell for the rejectors of faith, right? We also hear about fire in relation to that too, right? But overall, I'm saying all these things because the Quran is truly this book of holistic guidance. Who Allah is, who we're supposed to be, what we're supposed to do and not do, showing you those things through these messengers and prophets, and even breaking it down in similitudes and parables for you to understand it just a little bit more clearly if you didn't get it in the way that it was communicated. So now ask yourself, why am I a Muslim? How did I get here? And why did I stay? Some of us in the room came by way of the Nation of Islam and how it addressed the social climate and its oppression of the African American at the time, right? That may have been the door that you came through. And then some of us came by way of our parents and the tradition of Islam in our family, right? So we're talking second, third generation, those people. And then some of us sort of stumbled upon Islam in some real random way, right? And I would put myself probably in that third category. And we sort of never saw it coming. But whichever door you came to Islam through, the commonality between us all is that Allah makes Muslims. And Allah chose Islam for us. And if that is true, and it is, now that you are on the path, how will you know where to go? Or if you slipped, or how you get back to safety? It's in the book. Is the Quran your guidepost, or do you only engage it in Ramadan? And if your answer is the latter, then will you allow it to change you in some fundamental way in these 29 or 30 days? Remember, the Quran is your source. Every piece of IKEA furniture has instructions, and some of them y'all hate because you don't know how to put the dresser together, right? And every car has a manual, and every Muslim has the Quran, the book of holistic guidance. Thank you all for listening to this presentation. I really appreciate you all for giving me the opportunity to be before you. Know that when I'm speaking to myself first, that this opportunity was really an opportunity for me to even reteach myself things. Oftentimes we think that the person who's giving the presentation or the person who's teaching has it. And some things they may, but the reminder helps the person that's delivering it as well. And so remember that and know that what I just did, many of you all can do too. I came into Islam, I probably got introduced to Islam, I want to say back in 2003. And I didn't take my Shahada until 2008. And a large amount of that time between 2008 and now, I didn't spend studying, And when I look back at it, I'm like, man, I could have been so far along, but Allahu Alam, right? Allah knows best. But I just wanted to, in this moment, emphasize the importance of studying, the importance of connecting with the Quran. Allah revealed it for a reason. Allah, gave it to the Prophet Muhammad for a reason. And it was so that it could guide us through this existence so that we could get to the Jannah. Imagine that, Allah made us and didn't tell us how to get through it, right? Imagine being in this maze or, and not knowing how to get to the end. Imagine having this puzzle and not knowing how to unscramble it. Well, Allah was so merciful in giving the Quran and letting us know how to do it. We just have to position ourselves to be able to live it out in our lives, right? So often we'll contort ourselves into some other system to try to make it work, right? I want to be Muslim, but I also want to, whatever those, and I won't give you the, the ... right? But we'll do that a lot, right? I want to be Muslim and I also want to ... So how do I still be Muslim and do this, right? And we're not taking the opportunity, and I call it an opportunity for a reason. We're not taking the opportunity when I'm talking to my New Freedom colleagues. I often use the term halalify it, right? We're not taking the opportunity to halalify the thing. Oftentimes we want to take who we are and try to fit it in this box. But I challenge you to do the opposite. Take this thing, see if it fits, right? This is your, I was having a conversation when I was preparing for this throughout this week. This is like your, what do you call it, litmus test, right? Islam, the Quran, it's your litmus test. If this thing here doesn't meet the criteria of the test, it can't go. And that's simple, right? I'm saying it like that and it's simple, but sometimes when we're in the situation, we be trying. And we try hard too. We try hard to make it fit. But Allah intends ease for us, and we see it in the guidance of the Quran, because there's so many criteria and guidance for our lives. We just have to find out how to incorporate it in our lives in a real meaningful, but also very simplistic way. There's no need to make it super hard and unattainable, because we know, just as human beings, if we're not even thinking about religion, things that seem so far off and so unobtainable, we don't do them. We don't do them. We just, guess that ain't getting done. I do some work with strategic planning and organizational structures. That's actually something that I really, really love to do. Inshallah, I want to be able to do that for us in our communities and our masjids. I actually just had a session with Masjid Muhammad Noor, I guess this last week, 2 weeks ago now. But there's something in that space called SMART goals, right? Is the goal specific? Is it measurable? Is it attainable? Is it realistic? And is it timely, right? And the reason that somebody came up with that is because when we make goals that are just like super lofty and we can't even reach them, we like, yeah, I want to like walk on the moon next week. And you like, girl, you couldn't even pay that phone bill. How you walking on the moon next week, So that whole SMART goals thing is about making something palatable and being able to take that thing and get from A to B, get from where you are now to where you want to go. And we can absolutely do that with the Quran. We just have to connect with it. And it can't just be something that we connect with in the month of Ramadan. It has to be something that we're connecting with daily. And don't despair if you're reading something and it doesn't necessarily resonate with you in that moment. We all sort of remember being young children and our mother or our father telling us something that just didn't make sense right now. My 11-year-old is very good for that, telling me that it don't make sense and I don't understand it. And I imagine one day, just like other people tell me that, she's gonna come back and say, you were right. All the mamas is waiting for that moment. You was right, Mom. But it may not necessarily resonate with you right now, but it's something that you're putting into your toolkit, right? You're putting into your backpack. You're on this hike and you're putting tools into your backpack to help you get through the terrain. And you may not necessarily need it on day 1 as you're going through this terrain, but you may need it on day 10. And because it's in your backpack, you'll have it to pull from. But if you don't ever connect with it, then it never gets written on your heart. It never comes to your mind because you don't know what it is. Again, thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate you. Assalamu alaikum.
first of all, excellent.
Alhamdulillah.
I'm really happy that you came. And if you had told me, well, I came in this Islam in 2003, I wouldn't believe it. No, all praises be to Allah.
Alhamdulillah.
We have a strategic planning program here since 1996. Sister Lisa, I don't know if she's here.
Oh, I know the sister well.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
that's a mother right there.
Yes.
Since 1996, from time to time, we have, you know, as it moves forward, you have to make adjustments.
Yes.
But one of the reasons that we are here now, we had this in our plans, in this building, et cetera, a lot of other things that we had to change, you know, but she comes back time and time again trying to get us all involved.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's I know it's a work of, it's sort of tedious, you know, but she stayed on the job and we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
You know, so you know her.
I do know her. We do similar work. As a matter of fact, we were both called on to a project that we were going to work on together, and it just didn't come to fruition, but I met her that way, and I know that we do similar kind of work, but she's a beautiful sister. Yeah. So, I mean, if there are any questions or reflections, I'm open to those, but again, I just really appreciate you all for giving me the opportunity. I never, you know, when I got the call, like I said earlier, it's always like, how did they know about me? And I know that I'm connected to the service group, and I appreciate them for the opportunities that they have given me to speak. But when the opportunity comes to talk about the Quran and to talk about Islam, you know, at least when it came for me this time, I was just like, oh man, I hope I could do this justice. But, you know, if indeed I am Muslim and I am living this life, then I'm talking about who I am, or who I should be, and how I get to that place. And so it was a real labor of love for me to even navigate through the Quran and pull some of these things out. And so, again, I challenge you all to do the same.
I'll tell you how you got that call. I was talking to my sister here, associate, we were talking about getting a sister to present. And then from that on, I called Sister Teresa about the person that presented at service.
Okay.
I heard so many positive things.
I have to do
That's
that.
how I got these.
Nice.
Yes, praise be to God. And you lived up, I mean, beyond our expectations.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
And you got another session tomorrow, you know that.
I do have another session tomorrow. I was like, okay, what am I talking about tomorrow? But I'm gonna switch it up a little bit for you all tomorrow, because now that we know that the Quran is how we find Allah, how we figure out who we should be, what we should and should not be doing, and the examples of it, I do want to talk to you tomorrow about when we're able to be who we're supposed to be, how are our lives different? How do we look different? How do our masjids look different? How does the work that we do look different? Imam Nuruddin said in the Jumu'ah that we could have what we want, right? We can have the things that we aspire towards, right? And so when I was thinking about him saying that, and I told him on Friday, I said, you was all in my notes, brother. but it was fine for me, because that just, to me, shows the alignment. I was even listening to Atlanta earlier they started their Ramadan sessions, I think, on Thursday, so I was listening to them on Thursday, and Sister Shaheed and Sister Nisa Dewan, even they were talking. I'm like, oh man, the sisters is giving they're giving my talk as well. But it just shows the alignment of Allah, and for us being in alignment with the plan of Allah, right? Allah has a plan for us. We know that Allah is the best of planners. And we don't necessarily always see it at that time. You know, we hear that, can you see the forest before the trees? You know, all that kind of stuff, right? So we don't see it in the moment because we're the trees, and Allah is looking at the whole forest, right? But the things that we're doing here this weekend, and the Ramadan sessions that are happening around the country, and how that's all coming together, when I see that what's being communicated is in alignment, it's like, okay, Allah is shifting us, right? He's shifting us, and that's a beautiful thing, because it's not just Masjid Ash-Shaheed gets to grow. Is Masjid Ash-Shaheed gets to grow. Is Atlanta Masjid of Al-Islam gets to grow. Is Masjid Muhammad North gets to grow. Everybody gets to grow, and no one gets left behind. And that's my personal, aspiration for us as a community, is that we grow together, because we have some really great things to offer. When I think about what our pioneers have done to move the community to where it is today, and you'll have people who say, it's not what it used to be, and we used to have all of this, and we did this, and we did that. Alhamdulillah, right? Allah is the best of knowers. But we're talking about people who grew up in another faith, maybe didn't even have faith at all, were in a oppressive society, and those people came together for a common purpose, and connected to that common purpose was a regardfulness for God. And we got masjids throughout the country, and we got schools throughout the country. We may not have as many of those masjids and schools or institutions that we want to have, but the mind that was created, far beyond any of those institutions that you can think of. And now that the mind was created and that type of seed was planted, what can be produced from that, I can't even fathom. All I know is it has the potential to be great.
Assalamu alaikum. This reminds me of, there's a book, one of the first books that Imam Muhammad wrote, As the Light Shineth from the East. And it's a term in one of the chapters of how he called it groupthink. When people form that type of alignment, and that's how it feels when we meet people from a whole other state,
Right.
and we feel like we know each other.
Right.
Like you watch Atlanta, we connecting with Atlanta. We hear a masjid all the way in L.A.
Right.
And we're all connected because of that same connection with the Quran. And it doesn't. It benefits more that we're all reading the Quran. So when somebody's writing down a speech they're going to give, they might be on that same juz you're on.
Right.
And it brings it out. So that's why, you're like, man, they got my notes.
Right. I said, wait a minute now.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
We're going to a couple more questions, and then we're going to break the last day. We're going to come back down for the second.
Okay.
You're going to get a lot of questions tomorrow. You're not getting that.
Well, hopefully the presentation allowed you all to reflect. I know it allowed me, it definitely allowed me to reflect. And the goal is to be able to shift when we have to shift, and to check off the check box when we say, okay, I got that, when I got to go work on this thing, And so that's the idea behind it.
Thank you again. It reminded me of being in the classroom, how you can tell you're a teacher, you work in the classroom, and the way you laid it out is good for non-Muslims. If you were to have a class on Islam in a school and come in, I'm sure, there'll be a lot of conversions because you make it so simple
Right.
for people to understand and make connections.
Alhamdulillah. It's interesting that you shared that. So I was sharing, as I'm preparing, I'm, talking to a few different people, and I was talking to my daughter yesterday. So my oldest daughter is a freshman at Howard University. HU, Yeah, you can go around the whole country and you're going to get that, right? You could be in the bathroom and somebody hates you, don't have a sweater on. But I was talking to her, and I had only gone through some of the presentation at that point, and I was reading it to her, and I probably had only maybe written a couple of paragraphs. And usually when I'm talking, I come off the cuff. But for this, I was like, let me just write some of it down. I may come in and out of it, but let me write some of it down. So I was reading to her what I had written. so far, and that was her feedback. She said, you know, Mom, that would be really good for non-Muslims to be able to explain to them because it was so clear. And then she said, even for Muslims too. She said, even for Muslims too. And at Howard, she's one of 2 freshman representatives for the Muslim Student Association. So, you know, she's working with the Muslims on campus. And I imagine, and this is a funny thing too. The other day, I guess this was about maybe almost 2 weeks ago, somebody had come up to her. I think it was a young man. He came up to her, and I guess he had heard her name. So she does poetry. Her stage name is the Melanin Hijabi, right? And so you can find her stuff, I think, on Instagram, probably on my page, because I'm always like, anytime she does something, I'm posting it. And she had recently had 2 of her poems published in the National Museum of Language, right? But she had encountered this young man, and he was like, oh, you're Anissa? I heard you were converting people. And she said, excuse me? And she said, do not say that, you know, and then they went on to talk, and she was like, you know, he was saying that, you know, if you wanted to become Muslim or you wanted to learn more about Islam, people were saying that you were the person to come to. So I imagine that when she was hearing me talking, she was like, oh, you know, maybe those are some of the things that I could share with people. So it's interesting that you made that observation. Yeah, she wasn't about this. She said, excuse me, do not go around telling people that I am converting folks. Yes.
Marsha, since you're in the management area, what is your perception of a community or an individual sticking to priorities? How important do you think that is?
So, and I'm gonna touch some of that tomorrow, but just for the sake of you asking that question, that's really what strategic planning, right, is about, is that you set these priorities for, a lot of times we're talking about strategic planning, right, we're talking about organizations, right? But if we're talking about the Quran and the guidance, right, you can also make that a personal thing, right? Like if you set out to do these things, I have these goals, and I'm going to prioritize in this way, well, what is the point of doing those things which you in your mind have already agreed to that that's a formula that you would like to use to get from where you are to where you want to be? What's the point of establishing that if you don't stick to it? So to answer your question, I would say that that's highly important, and that's the whole reason that you set goals. Right. It's the whole reason that you set them is because you feel like, I want to do this, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, however you want to detail them. You establish that because you feel like, if I do this, then it gets me where I need to go. And if I prioritize it in the way that I do, right, I put 1 before 2 and 2 before 3 because those things are more important than the other.
A lot of times we have lofty goals, but we have no objectives.
Right.
No steps to get there.
Right.
So I want to build community.
Right.
How?
Right.
What's step 1?
Right.
What's step 2?
Right.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So your objectives are the steps that you go through in order to reach your goal.
Right.
You know, and that's why so many things that we have fail.
Right.
Because we don't have those steps clearly defined.
Right.
We just have a big overall goal. We got to go out there and do it. And we should think like that in nature some. We go outside and we're going to do this thing.
Yep. Start pulling folks off the street.
Yeah, pull them off the street. But we had no steps. And that's what I think will occur to us more than anything else when we start talking about building community.
Right.
You know, we have to have vision as to how we're going to get there.
Right. And you can do that personally, right? That's the other sort of jewel in the question that you asked, right? Is that we do that for organizations, and we kind of even accept it as a model to do that for organizations, but we don't always accept it as a model to do that for us as an individual, right? You know, there's all sorts of self-help, self-love, all that kind, all those kinds of books out there. in the public space. And those things are just that, right? They're coming up with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, the 7 habits of this. You can do that same stuff with the Quran and in Islam and your relationship to Allah. I'm only praying 3 prayers right now. But how do I get to the point where I'm praying 5? It's inconvenient for me to pray at work. What do I do in order to make it more convenient for me to pray at work? Same thing, right? Same concept. Put some strategy around it. But the goal is to be able to do something, right? Not just say something. Oh man, I'm not able to pray at work. Okay, we made that observation. Are you going to do something about it? And I'm not necessarily saying go to your boss and, like, you know, scream at him or her about what you can and cannot do there. But, like, are you going to find a way? Or are you just settled with what it is? And that's the extension or the growth or the evolution that we have to make in relation to ourselves, our connection with Islam and Allah, and knowing that the Quran is a vehicle.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
I'm glad that you're here with us. I enjoyed your presentation. And I just want to know, did you mention New Freedom Exchange already? Did you share with us, who all don't know or haven't subscribed yet, what that is?
So I did a little bit in the beginning. It wasn't in my introduction, but just to go into a little bit more, New Freedom Exchange is a podcast. It's myself, Mujahideen Muhammad, and Bilal Hassan, and we came together in a real organic way. I didn't know either of these brothers from a can of paint. As I mentioned earlier, I didn't grow up in this community. They're second, maybe even third generation Muslims. I think it may even be more for Mujahideen Muhammad. You know, and I happened to be working with Mujahideen on a state conference that we were supposed to have in New Jersey right before the pandemic. And I was on the education committee, he was on the youth committee. Because I always sort of get connected to the thing that's connected to education, right? And we were working to figure out how those two efforts could come together for the purpose of having this conference. And then the pandemic hit, and the conference got canceled. Everybody went into quarantine, right? And he reached out, and we had already been meeting on Mondays. We had already been meeting on Mondays to sort of plan things out. And he reached out and was like, would you be interested in doing a show on Blog Talk Radio? And I was like, no. No, and no. And I'm not shy at all, right? But there are those moments where someone first brings something to me and I'm like, really? Y'all want me to do this? I don't know, you know, that kind of thing. So he might have even asked 3 times, and I probably gave him 3 no's, and maybe on the 4th one, I gave him the yes. So I was like, okay, I'm going to try it. But I was so nervous. And that's, you know, like I said, I have that in the beginning, and then I get on the thing, and you like, girl, stop. So we started to do a show on Blog Talk Radio, and then that transitioned to being on Facebook. And Bilal Hassan was actually one of the first few people that we had interviewed, because he had an initiative that was helping the Masjid to raise funds during the pandemic, because everybody was struggling in the very beginning, right? The Masjids were closed. How are we going to be paying zakat? Like, how were the Masjids going to be making it in the very beginning? I don't remember the name of that program in this moment, but we interviewed him. And then I guess Mujahideen offered him to be on the show, and we just kind of went from there. And we started to have this podcast, and initially we were bringing on like artists in the community, like people who sing and rap or have art, or, you know, we were bringing those people on so that more of the community knew about who these people were. And in a lot of cases, they were younger people, right? We wanted to be able to highlight them so that the Muslims around the country knew who they were. And then that sort of extended to not just people, but then efforts, or highlighting masjids, or highlighting events. And as I said earlier, we come on Saturdays at 7 p.m. You may even see us, like we live stream the Muslim Journal, A Time to Be Grateful. So if you were watching that virtually, we were the ones who were behind the camera. You know, those sorts of things. But it's, and we've had so many, and we also do some work with the Focolari. I know Imam Ash-Shaheed, we had the pleasure of being on Zoom with him the other week, talking about that relationship and how the group, we're part of a group called Next Now, how we can sort of carry on that relationship that was established so long ago as a result of the relationship between Imam Muhammad and Kiara Lubit. But it's, I love it. I love the work. I love to be able to do what it is that we do and connect with you all and let you know about things that you may not know about and highlight your stuff too so that everyone else gets to see it. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
This is going to have to be the last one.
Oh.
Okay. It was you were talking about the Prophet's stories earlier, and this one particular story, Prophet Yusuf alayhi salam, when he was in the room with the sisters, and you know he was trying to run away from sin, like embarking on sin, and he ran out the room, and I guess after he ran out the room, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala still put him in jail, basically. So I guess the question is the advice to like new Muslims and new shahadas or people interested in Islam. How do you give them advice in the aspect of like letting them know that, because they may feel like they did the right thing, but they still get punished? Or, you know, how do you tell them that, you know, what, you know, hardship comes ease, but like how do you, you know, because everybody's like, oh, because you can tell that to somebody, but they be like, you don't know my struggles, right?
Right.
But how do you like, you know, show them that in the Quran, you know, like what hardship comes ease, you know, even though he says it twice, some people will read and just still be a little bit confused, you
Right.
know, so.
Yeah, no, I understand that clearly. And actually, that's my favorite surah, right? And I'm Usra Yusra, right? So I would say that remember that Allah is always in charge, right? And I just talked about that whole, like, seeing the forest versus the trees or vice versa, right? And then we also talked about the story of Ibrahim and, like, you know, his father was like, yeah, no, I'm doing what my people was doing before, right? We talked about that kind of stuff. And it can be difficult to make a choice and feel like, but this choice don't seem to be winning for me. Like, I don't think I'm winning from this choice. I say in those moments, remember that Allah is the best of knowers, the best of planners, and that your vision is limited, right? So you only see what you see based on what you know, right? You only know what you know based on what was taught to you or based on what you've been through, right? And know that that's not everything. And sometimes that's hard to learn because we feel like what we know in this little circle right here is everything. And there's all this other stuff around it. And sometimes our vision, a lot of times, right, our vision is limited to this small space. And I just say, keep the faith on knowing that if you're connected to Allah and you're connected to what Allah wants for your life, then it's gonna come full circle, right? I don't know if I was reading something. I don't know where it came from me, but it was kind of like what I remember hearing is, like, if you're asking Allah for something, right, believe that you're gonna get it, because otherwise, why are you asking, right? If you don't have the belief. And I was thinking when we were making Taraweeh last night, I was thinking about that same thing. Like, you know, there are things in my life that I want to grow, to change, to expand, right? And it's like, well, okay, Marsha, but don't you know that, and I think even the brother who was leading the Taraweeh, he said that when we're in sujood, that's the time to connect with Allah, right? So when he said it, I was like, okay, well, if I believe that Allah is who I go to, he's the source, he's the helper, he's the benefactor, then I asked that source benefactor, right? for the thing that I feel like I need or want, right? Or that's gonna make me better or give me what I need, right? But I also trust some things about that entity, right? And part of what I trust about that entity, right, Allah, is that one, I can get what it is that I want and need, but also if what I want and need is not what he wants and needs for me, then I can have what he, or I'm gonna get what he wants and needs from me. And it may be different than what I'm asking for. And it may look different than the way I envision it to look. And so then that's when you sort of take the whole trust and reliance and put it on Allah. And you say, well, you know, Allah, I made this choice and it don't quite feel right for me and I kind of feel like I'm losing, but I trust you. And then you walk in that and we win. We win because we stand on that. So that would be my advisement. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله. Salat, salat. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Hayya ala salat, hayya ala salat, hayya ala al-falah, hayya ala al-falah. Qamatu salat, qamatu salat. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, la ilaha illallah.
الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. Allahu Akbar. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله. ذكر الله سبحان الله. الحمد لله. الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. فاتحة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. تقبل الله.
Yeah. I don't know. Email round. Assalamu alaikum. Again, with Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. Praise be to Allah, the Lord of all six systems of knowledge. We ask for his help. We seek his protection. We believe in him. We put our complete trust in him. Mighty and sublime is he. I bear witness that nothing deserves to be worshipped but Allah and Allah alone. And I bear witness that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a servant and his messenger. The prayers and peace be upon him, on his descendants, his companions, the righteous, all and upon you, O believers, be peace and what follows of this excellent salutation. Praise be to Allah. We had our first presenter, and I'm sure that you all learned. I know I learned a lot. I'm looking forward to your presentation tomorrow as well. All praise is due to Allah. Now we're going to introduce our second speaker. He really needs no introduction to us. We all know him. I think everybody in the room knows him. But I knew him before he came to Charlotte. You know, he was in Milwaukee, and he was the imam there and also the principal of the school. And he also worked with Imam Muhammad and also with Imam Waheed. Thank you for being here today and coordinating the college lectures of Imam W.D. Muhammad. And also, he has authored several books. And if you haven't gotten the latest book, the Ramadan Sessions, you should get them. We have them right now. And someone asked me for a case of them. I said, we got enough out there to provide you with a case. you know, and the books are excellent. If you didn't get an opportunity to hear Imam Muhammad in Chicago when he would do these sessions during Ramadan, I mean, they were just fantastic. You'll get the book that books that Imam Ash-Shaheed has edited and authored, and you get the feeling that you were right there listening to Imam W.D. Muhammad. So we thank Allah for him. You know, he's been here for how many years now? Yeah, about 7 years. Time flies. And he's still working, and we appreciate you, and we thank Allah for you. So I'm not going to take a lot of time to introduce him. He will introduce himself and begin his presentation. Assalamu alaikum. Do you need enough light?
Yeah, that's good. I'm good. No.
Assalamu alaikum. That is, God's peace be upon you. I openly witness that there is nothing worthy of worship except Allah alone, and I openly witness that Prophet Muhammad, to whom the Quran was revealed, is Allah's universal messenger and servant, the last prophet that's mentioned in the scripture. The prayers and the peace be upon our noble and honored prophet, and what follows in our tradition of giving salute to him. Again, Ramadan Mubarak. A special time each year for us. And once in a conversation with Imam Muhammad, Imam Donnell Kareem asked him to give some commentary on why the Ramadan seems to be going backwards in the calendar, in the Gregorian calendar. Like last year, I guess it was like we started like three weeks prior to when we started. I don't know the exact, 11 days. Yeah, and it's really scientific because, mathematical, because when we finish the cycle of Ramadan, we have completed 33 years. 33 years. And I want to remind us that Allah says in the Quran that everything is a sign. Everything is pointing to something else that you should reflect upon. And Allah says, but most go along heedless. Imam Muhammad was born in 1933. He told us once, and you probably heard him in his lecture, that when he was struggling as a young man to try to understand the reality of God, he couldn't accept that Mr. Farad was God. So he prayed, and he said, God, he said, Allah, if I'm not seeing you correctly, please help me to see you correctly. And he said that he looked at the clock, and the clock said 3:33. It was 3:33 a.m. Now, Imam Muhammad's phone exchange in Homewood, where he lived, started with 333. And when we met with him approximately 3 years in his home. I just thought about that. And it was 3 of us. So I would drive down from Milwaukee to a city called Racine. Those who Chicago area know that city, Racine. And then I would pick up my friend, Imam Ghani. Well, he would pick me up. I would park at this truck stop, and he would come and pick me up because he lived in Racine. And we did that a lot and didn't realize that the exit where I got off to park my car was 333. And then Imam led us for 33 years. And he died in the 9th month. He passed in the 9th month, September, the 9th month, in Ramadan. All of these things are signs. And I think that if anybody feels that we're not special, God has not specially blessed us, I don't know what's wrong with you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I wanted to add that Ramadan started March 3rd, March 23rd, 2023.
My wife and I, we watch the Twilight Zone every night. Kind of getting that Twilight Zone feeling. You know, Twilight Zone is a special place now. Things happen there don't happen in you know, don't think that people make movies and they're just joking around. We think they're joking around. Okay, I'll give you an example. Has anybody seen the movie Arrival? Arrival. And if you haven't seen it, you got to see this movie. Arrival. That's the name. Just one word. Arrival.
Is it a Ramadan movie? Should I wait till after?
Oh, no, you don't have to wait. No, it's a Ramadan movie. Trust me. It's definitely a Ramadan movie. It's a Ramadan movie. Because the premise is that these people come from another galaxy, another dimension, to give the earth people a language, a new language. Y'all already know where I'm going. Wasn't Allah going to give Muhammad the Prophet another language when he said read? And he gave him another language. And that language has transformed the world and will continue to transform the world until the world becomes what Allah created it to become. Because one went out ahead and said that he was going to stop it. And he has stopped it. And he runs the world. Don't fool yourself. Shaitan runs the world, this world we live in, he runs it. And he will continue to run it as long as people don't stop and regard Allah's signs and reflect and think. Because God says, surely thinking is beneficial to the believer who thinks, who reflects, who in the Ramadan session exchanges ideas and concepts. And oh man, this is a special time. We're reading the Quran. You know, it's our first reading. It's our first love. We read it with love and affection. And we get finished, oh Allah. That's the way I saw the Imam do the Quran. And I started doing that. And I understand now why he does that. Because it's our first love. The Word of God is our first love. And anyway, so in the movie, I'm sorry, I had my notes. It always happens. I will not have notes. Anyway. So in the movie, let me say this. I was talking to Imam Salim Mukmin about a month ago, because Imam Salim, he's a negotiator, you know. So he calls me. I'm driving in the car to go pick up Jonathan from school. I think Zahira was there in the car too. Zahira was there. I'm sure she was. Anyway, so he's negotiating for the Mali students to get a reduced price on the books, you know. Well, yeah, I can go for that, because we already, Imam Waheed and myself, we're the ones who distribute the book, and we decided before we put the book out that we would, if people bought 3 or more, we would give them a reduced price. So I'm ready for the negotiation. So after we negotiated, and we agreed, and he's such a beautiful man, in my opinion. I'm basing it on this experience because I didn't really know him that well. He said, look, he said, I'll pay the shipping, and all they have to do is just tell you they want the book, and you can ship it to them for the reduced price. So he did. A couple of days later, he sent me, I won't tell you the amount, but a large piece of money to pay the shipping. Anyway, so we talking further. And he said, you know, a long time ago, I came to the conclusion that Imam Muhammad has a Quranic mind. He didn't just say that, he went on to explain it. He said, and this is related to the movie now that I'm going to tell you about. He said, when Imam Muhammad speaks and you try to, he said, first of all, he doesn't tell you the verse and chapter he's referencing. Does he do that? No. Doesn't do it. That's a sign. Why doesn't he do it? Yes, that's right. He is Quran walking. But anyway, you want to say something, ma'am? No. Okay. Listen, feel free. This is informal. There's no thing where I'm a lecture and then you can ask questions. You can comment, ask questions, do whatever you want to do. This is a Ramadan session. And we own this building. It's paid for. We don't have to worry about leaving because we stepped over the time. Okay, so just keep that in mind. We do have parameters. We got prayers parameter and everything happening now is parameter. But anyway, so he said he doesn't do that. He doesn't reference where he's coming from. He says, I'll tell you why. He says when Imam Muhammad speaks, he's speaking from the whole Quran. He ain't speaking from that one verse. So I concluded from that Imam Muhammad's mind was not linear in nature. You know what linear means? You know, you start over here and go a straight line over here. The movie is about that. That's why I know that movie is about the Quran. Because in the middle of the movie, one of the characters says, the aliens, it was 12 of them, by the way, 12 ships. They were shaped like eggs, rebirth. I'm sorry, I'm spoiling the movie, aren't I? I can't help it. The movie is phenomenal. I'm telling you, I've seen it. I told my wife, come over here. I've seen that movie at least 12 times. I'm going to keep seeing it. Because every time I see it, whoever did that movie did it with love, I think, for those who reflect and want to know. But it's also entertaining. Forrest Whitaker's in it. What's her name? Zuhaira, what's her name? Where is she?
Where'd you see that? Is it Netflix?
I can't remember. I saw it in the movie, but Prime, yeah, you can get it, you know. Doesn't cost very much. But anyway, Amy something. Amy Adams, yeah. She's a linguist. She's a teacher at this university, and they come to get her to help her try to understand the language of the aliens who came down. And she went through the steps of trying to understand their language. It's a beauty. You got to see. It's definitely a Ramadan movie. Definitely. Anyway, one of the characters said, or they determined that the language of these aliens was not linear. Actually, it didn't have a beginning or an end. The language itself. You got to see the movie. It's beautiful, the movie is. Anyway, so I'm thinking about the Imam and how he taught us and how we all have been showered with the language that he gives us. And I think a lot of us think we don't get it. We're looking for some linear conclusion, right? And I told a friend of mine called me, he always does that, 12:30 last night. My wife said, I'm going to bed. She went to bed. So I'm talking to my friend, right? So he said, man, I just don't. He said, how do you study, man? How do you study? He said, you seem to have something. He said, how do you study? I said, I never thought about it. I said, I just study. But I say if I come across something that Imam said, I just like when I'm reading the Quran, if I come across something, then I'll say, well, look, I'm confessing now. You know, we shouldn't spend too much on the commentary. I can't help it. These days I can't, because Yusuf Ali, he was heavy, and his commentary kind of helps you understand why he translated the word a certain way. Because I'm not as good as I should be or could be in Arabic, so I got to be dependent on that. But anyway, I lost my point. Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't know how I study. I said, thank you, sister. I might have made it back there, but I'm not sure. So I realized, I told him, I said, look, you think you don't know. I said, start teaching somebody and watch how all this thing start coming to you. You know where it came from. And I think Imam was the same way. I think you ask him a question, be careful, because if you ask him a question, all that comes to him, he's going to give it to you. I remember one time we were on a plane, Imam Pleeman El Amin. We were coming from, I think that was a trip to Jerusalem, and we had to stop off in France somewhere to change plane. But in between there, Tel Aviv and Paris, Pleeman was sitting by the Imam, and it was a two-seater, right? And so they're sitting here, and I'm one seat back across the aisle. So I see Imam doing this, and Pleeman is leaning and he's writing, you know. And I don't know, that must have been going on for maybe an hour and a half. And Pleeman, I thought I saw smoke coming off his pen. He was writing so much, right? I'm saying to myself, man, I wish I was there. Get some of that. Well, be careful what you ask for. Because somewhere along the line, Pleeman gets up and goes to the restroom. So Imam was sitting there like this, and I'm, like I said, on one seat back, and Imam's right there. I said, brother Imam, I said, have you noticed that these movies all are talking about angels all the time? We hear reason. He said, yeah, I noticed that. I said, brother Imam, give me some commentary on that. Oh my God. So now Imam is leaning across the aisle, and I'm leaning forward. And whenever somebody would come by, we both would sit up. Then when they leave, Imam would lean again, I lean for. Pleeman comes back, goes in his seat, and goes to sleep. And so there was me. But I knew I couldn't write all that down. I'm just listening. Oh my God. So when we finally landed in Paris, Imam went to the restroom and everything, and Pleeman and I was still there. Pleeman said, man, I'm sure glad you started asking Imam a question. That's not the only time I experienced that. Anybody was around him, you know, man. So I'm reflecting on it in Ramadan. I never really reflected like this, and I realized that what Imam Salim said and this movie coincide, because the universal language is not linear. Universal language is universal. You get the picture of a circle. No beginning or end. You can't find out where it begins or ends. And I'm telling you all, you think you don't know? You know more than you think you know. How can you read the Quran and say you don't know? How can you read the Quran and say you don't know? You know a whole bunch. Find somebody who doesn't know anything about Islam, about Quran, et cetera, and then tape it and see how long you could talk to them, and then go home and listen to it. We know a lot, but we're not called on to give it often enough. We're like the cloud that's black with rain, and it needs to rain down. And too often that cloud goes over a big lake or the ocean and rains. When it could have gone to a dry land, parched land, and caused like the Quran says, seas to pop up. So I think that's probably what holds us back as a group and also as individuals. We're waiting for the imams and the sheikhs and the ulemas and the whoever to, all these guys, they're on YouTube and they got the long beard and they got on white and they have on, and then there's, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said such and such, and the Prophet sallallahu. Man, please. If they doing that, you know they don't know anything. Yes, sir. Ramadan Mubarak.
I mean, just like you're saying that, the lenient, something being linear, you don't see that in the Quran because
no.
You could be reading one thing and it'll change the whole subject.
Thank you very much, Imam. Thank you very much. And I just learned something just then, because you're right. You're right. As a matter of fact, the passage in Surah 5, where it talks about this day have I perfected my religion for you. It just is in there. You say, well, yeah, where did it come from? This is beautiful. Thank you, man. Yeah. So he said, Imam Salim, he said, so I concluded that Imam's mind and the way he teaches us, he teaches us like Allah does in the Quran. If you want to know specific verse and whatever, go research it. But you'll be researching several times, because he taught us all the concepts and words in the Quran are explained by the Quran. So you can go to an Arabic dictionary if you want to help you, but it's not going to help you fully understand what Allah is saying in the Quran, because Allah teaches you. Surah 2, verse 282 says Allah himself teaches you. Allah himself teaches you. And he's talking to the prophet at first, but you're reading it, so he's talking to you. Allah will teach you. If you want to learn and know, Allah will teach you. All you have to do is open yourself up and be like the prophet, like Imam said, make the perfect sajda. And what's the perfect sajda? Empty out all that's in you that's keeping the word of God from entering your makeup. The prophet Imam said, made the perfect sajda. And the scholars, they say the most precious part of the prayer is when you make sajda. Because what are you saying? You're putting your most precious possession, your brain, and what you know, you're putting it on the ground and saying, Allah, I don't need no brain. I don't need that. Because inni dhalamtu nafsi, I have oppressed my own self with this brain that I got from the world. And I think it's mine. It's not yours. Your parents came the closest to trying to help you by giving you a name. And if they're Muslim, they gave you a beautiful name. And if you spent your life trying to actualize that name, you'd be far out down the road. But maybe you think your name is just a name. The world says, okay, this fool thinks the name is just a name. I'm going to give him something. And what we come up with, we think it's us. It's not us. Because when we came out as a baby, we were just like the moon. First of all, we were like the moon in the womb of the darkness. And we were like that in the womb of our mothers. Now, we start fasting by sighting the moon, right? They call it the dark moon is the first one. That means you can't see it. It's in the dark. And so are you. So are we. We're in the dark. Quran says, and at first the mother carries a light load. She doesn't know, and the husband doesn't know. But just wait, we will know. Same with the moon. We all excited about sighting the moon, right? And that's good, because we should be doing this together. I come to think that the most precious thing about sighting the moon is that we're doing it together. Imam Khalil's not sighting it. Sister Marsha's not sighting it. Sister Sophia's not sighting it. Imam Nuruddin's not sighting it. If he is, he's going to share it with the group so we all can see it. And we see, so the most beautiful part of us starting the fast in the sight of the moon is that we're doing it together, and it brings us together. So we start fasting together, and we do the same to end the fast. That's more important than anything, in my opinion. And I think I can prove it, because if you can't cite it, then you, if it's cloudy or whatever, then you treat the previous month as 30 days and you start fasting together the next day. And yes, the fast is individual fast. It certainly is. I don't know when someone's fasting. And I'm not trying to know. Like the prophet said, God didn't give me the ability to see inside another person's stomach. So if he says he's fasting, then I have to take his word for it. It's not like the Hajj, because the Hajj is a group thing. You go to Hajj as a group, although you go as an individual too. Anyway, so to leave the movie, in the movie, all of what I'm saying is there for your reflection. And they call the language that of the aliens somewhere in there. They don't stay with it too long. The hint to the wise is sufficient anyway, as we know. They call it a universal language. And the Quran is called a universal language, right? But if you're someone that doesn't want to accept that, then revelation. Quran is revelation. And it's not the only revelation. It's the completion of revelation. So you can take whatever approach you want to it. I really believe they're talking about the Quran. And it talks about the, well, I won't tell you anymore, but I hope you see it. It is definitely a movie that you should see. Anyway, I was going to talk about, and I'll try to do it briefly, since to stay with the theme, the Quran, a book of holistic guidance. I got this brilliant idea after Fajr this morning, and I stayed up trying to research it, and I came up with too much material, so I'm not going to try to give it all. But I do want to say that the chapter in the Quran, and Nahil, the bee, is a chapter that very much needs to be reflected upon because of this theme we have about a book of holistic guidance. And our brother, our Imam Nuruddin, is, I would say, a scholar, a thinker on this type of thing. And I was trying to pick his brain last night. We were sitting at the table about certain things that I like. I always wanted to know about black seed oil and stuff like that. And he was ready. He was on it. You could tell he'd been studying it and everything. And that's what scholars do. That's what bees do. Imam said bees. The bee is the thinker. That's the bee. The thinker, the scholar. That's the bee. And God says in the Quran, I'll read it. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. He says, and thy Lord taught the bee to build its cells in hills, on trees, and in men's habitations, then to eat of all the produce of the earth, and find with skill the spacious paths of his Lord. There issues from within their bodies a drink of varying colors, wherein is healing for men. Surely in this is a sign for those who give thought. Sadaqallahu Adeem. Yeah. So, when we have the term busy bee. We see the bee as a busy creature. The bee he's always working. He's flying around the different plants and flowers and everything. And his body is designed to take the pollen from those
plants, and he takes it back to the hive, and through a process that God has blessed it be with, he turns that pollen into honey. And you know, honey is sweet. You know, and we husbands, we call our wives honey. I'm going to leave that alone. Although we're all adults in here, but I'm just going to leave that alone. you can follow that logic. But sisters, let me tell you something. They might be running a game when they say that. Oh, don't say that. I said might. I said might. I didn't say they were. I didn't say we were. I said might. Maybe. But I think it's a good. My wife asked me. She don't want me to say this. I'm gonna say it anyway. I'm gonna get blasted when I go home. Don't worry. So she says to me, "Listen." She says, "Well, baby said, yeah." She said, "Baby." I'm her baby. So I'm driving. You know, and I'm saying to myself, "Where did this come from?" Anyway, she said, "Well, when you at night and you turn over and you put your hand on me, what are you thinking about? Is that real? Or are you gaming? What is it?" I said, "Well," she said, "is that naturally you? Or what is that?" I said, "Where did you come up with that from?" So yeah, they don't have to be gaming, sisters. I was just saying that, add a little humor. But we all have our ways. I'm going to tell you what the Imam said. The Imam said that this is for the brothers, he said that when the woman, the wife, gives of herself totally for her man, that is the best she can give. Gives of herself, her spirit, her energy, her attention, her affection, etc. But sisters, that's not true of the man. You need to know this. When a man gives his money, when a man gives of his money, dear sisters, that's the best he can give. Am I, brothers, if I'm wrong, correct me.
I can give some spirit too, though.
Yeah, some. You can give some. That's true, though. That's true. That's true. That's true. Yeah. The prophet, praise and peace be upon him, was reported to have said that the sons of Adam don't value anything more than what they earn by the sweat of their own brow. That's the man. And when he gives of his money, and I'm sure, because I'm going to get blasted. My wife doesn't understand that. She doesn't. If she's a woman, how could she understand it? She's a woman. Men understand it. But you know, I guess if we understand enough to get along, it's all good, as they say. Because as we go along, yes, sir.
It could be in the science of why we do the mahir.
Yeah, I think it may be. Yes, sir. Yeah. The man, you know, Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim. Ar-Rahim is more to the feminine quality. Ar-Rahman is more to the male quality. There it is right there. The merciful giver. Ar-Rahman, the merciful giver, that is the essence of the man's nature. Provider, giving, you know, and also providing and not getting anything in return for it. So it's the dignity of the man when he can do that. Because I tell my wife, and I know she understands it, but not fully because she's not a man. I tell her, baby, I don't enjoy anything more than when I can give you some money.
That is true. That's true. I'm serious. I'm not just some.
Yes, sir. That's right. You double nickel, so you do understand. Double nickel. This man is double nickel here. And Sister Darlene, double nickel.
It makes me happy when I see her happy and the family.
Thank you very much.
That's a fact.
Thank you very much. So I guess I'm romancing my wife now. I might get a little more, honey. Who knows?
The bee.
The bee. That's right. Yeah. So this is very important. And this title for this Ramadan session is phenomenal. It's phenomenal. I don't know who came up with it. Ma'am Khalil?
I usually come up with themes.
You good, brother.
I don't understand them. I just come up with it.
It's a good thing because the Quran is honey for us too. The Quran. Because all the books that came before the Quran, God says of the Quran is kutubun qayyamah. In it is all the other books in their upright form. So the Quran is honey too. Right. And so the one who eats from the Quran with their thinking and their everything, they are nourished and they're satisfied. Is that not right? And the history of the world, when the world was getting ready to go out the door backwards, Allah revealed the Quran. And the Quran went out in the world and turned everything around. And they call it in the West the Renaissance, the rebirth. Really, it's the rebirth of scientific thinking, the rebirth of culture, the rebirth of all these things that had been tainted by the shaitan's onslaught and influence. Shaitan, through his influence, produced an idea that a man is God and put it and personified it in a European man and did the world in. And we are sitting in this room right now because of that. Imam Muhammad said he said when a white man came to Africa and he was gathering all the Africans and bringing them over here to work on the plantation. So he came across a man. He said, I don't belong there. He said, the white man said, well, who are you? Where are you from? He said, oh, my ancestors were from Japan. He said, the white man say, I don't care, but get your black ass on that slave ship. You going to America. The colonizer. Talk about what your ancestry is. So that's how we ended up here. I mean, come on. Yeah. So we think, that I got to tell you this too. We were at the Vatican, sitting in the big chamber of the Pontifical Council leader. What was his name? He's from Nigeria. He was leader of the Pontifical Council of the Vatican for Interfaith Dialogue. That's right. Thank you, brother. Archbishop Cardinal Arinze from Nigeria. So we're talking. Imam, they're answering Imam all kind of questions. So one of them said, well, it might have been Cardinal Arinze, said, Imam Muhammad, the Catholic Church has interfaith dialogue with many different communities, religions, and we have a big interfaith dialogue in Africa with the Muslims there. He said, he said, your community under your leadership, what is your relationship with Africa? Islam and that. Man said, none. He said, it ain't gonna be any. because they practice mostly voodoo Islam. I'm telling you what Imam told Cardinal Lorenzi. So don't think that we're going to go back to Africa and discover what we need. Allah has us where we need to be. Yes, ma'am.
I worked with some nurses and some people from Haiti, etc., and they were telling me that the voodoo priest was over the Catholic priest in their country, and she had such superstition with the voodoo that they thought they had been cursed, and that's why they had came to America. But she said it's just really, she's passed since they're a young person, but that voodoo, she said, is powerful.
Yes, ma'am. And we know that they mixed they're allowed to, I don't know the history of it, but even the Muslims, they mix up their local traditions into Islam.
You can see that in Mecca.
I know.
You can see right in Mecca.
Yeah, we can.
If you see the Africans, and sometimes they have the Quran, like beads around the neck.
Yeah.
I saw them throwing a little something out. I don't know what it was.
I saw them taking their wrap for the head or whatever and rubbing it on the Kaaba. And they're going to take it back with them and heal someone. So we are very blessed. We are very, very blessed. We are. And we should understand that. And we don't let anybody come in and bring any commentary that we're going to follow. And we need to protect each other. We need to talk to each other. We don't want to lose this blessing that God has given us. We can lose it. We can lose it. If we think somebody else has something better and we start adopting what they bring, we could lose it. And it's just a clear eye and mind and heart and soul for the word of God. That's all it is. That's what Muhammad the Prophet had. Yes, sir.
This happened. We know there's communities around the country that used to have our mindset, following the Imam, and now if you go there, they've merged into other ideas. So it's not like what you're saying, it's just a possibility of happening.
Astaghfirullah. Lord, have mercy. I don't want to go back to the church. Lord, have mercy. I'm not going to add Jesus in there. So God, that chapter in Nahl is talking about the bee, and the bee is the thinker. And the bee takes that honey, just like the thinker, the scholar, those who are trying to know more, and they take it back, and they in a quiet moment, they reflect on it, and in reflecting upon it, they get a little better understanding, and they gather some other thing. Because, the bee mixes something in the pollen to make the honey. Yes, sir.
I was just thinking about the spelling bee.
Spelling bee. That's right. Akila and the Bee. That's right. So these people make these movies, like the movie Arrival that you're going to see. There's always streams of messages in these movies. Imam said that he told the students in the class, he said, there's not a movie that came out that's available to see that I didn't see. He said, and the people who make the movies, they know that. And I know what I'm getting ready to tell you, he said sounds fantastic, but he told the students that. He said, therefore, I think they have made movies just to talk directly to me. Because they know I see every movie. They even made a movie called Being There, and if you see it, you have it?
Yeah, the movie, Being There.
Who's seen Being There? Being There. Being, B-E-I-N-G, being, like we say, we be doing it, we. Yeah, being there. That's B-E-I-N-G-T-H-E-R-E. It's like the idea of I'm just there and I don't have anything to do with what's going on. I'm just there, being there. I was just being there. I didn't know anything. Right. So they were trying to say the character in the movie was like that he was in these highfalutin places by accident. He didn't even know why he was there, and he couldn't get any benefit from it. But and so they're making commentary on us making this movie about our imam. Because I swear, you look at that movie, and I'm going to give you this hint, and I won't tell you anything else about the movie. He goes to this television station, right? This character that we say is Imam Muhammad. And if I told you WDM, what would you think? If I gave you the initials WDM, what would come to your mind? Wardi Muhammad, right? Okay, so he goes to this television station, and that's the name of the television station. Station WDM. And they got it in big letters so you don't miss it. Got it all over the wallpaper. You may have said he was watching the movie. He said, he sit up in his chair. He said, they're talking about me. See the movie, you'll know. You'll see all the hints. And yes, ma'am. Yeah, I think Netflix or Prime, but you can rent them. They don't cost very much. Yeah, if you have any kind of platform streaming capabilities, you can find it. You just look it up. And, yes, sir.
Yeah, just another verification for the significance of Imam Muhammad. When we were doing classes on the book Racism, Religion, and Reconciliation, that led us to some research on Hitler, because we know Hitler is probably one of the chief racists that we've seen in the century. And Hitler became Chancellor of Germany on January 30th, 1933.
Whoa.
Imam Muhammad was born exactly 9 months later.
Whoa.
Think about it.
Whoa.
I just thought about the modern day Hitler. He just got charged.
You know the description of Abu Lahab. Do y'all know the description of Abu Lahab, one of the uncles of the prophet? Looks just like Trump. Oh yeah. Oh, it's no joke. He was the one who the Quran it associates him with fire, burning in the fire. Yeah. So these are all signs. So Dr. Nuruddin will tell you, eat honey. He will tell you that honey, down through history, has been seen as a cure for so many ailments. And the prophet, praise and peace be upon him, according to tradition, told people to eat honey. And that was his tradition, to eat honey. Right. And so Imam said, that's the physical honey, but when the Quran is talking, see, the Quran is spiritual science. Quran is spiritual science. And it's complete. It's the completion of the spiritual science that God made available for the human being. And the Prophet Muhammad, praise and peace upon him, he didn't go to where he needed to go to establish the Ummah in Al-Medina until he went on the 7 levels of heaven. And the Miraj is a spiritual ascension. And it says 7 levels, meaning spiritual science. 7 is indicative of science. But when he got to the 7th level, there was Ibrahim, the universal prophet, the one who was reflective. He was faithful, and he looked at all these things, and he was reflecting on it, trying to discover where he should turn his attention totally. And in his sojourn, he saw all of these things, and he realized that everything's set, including the most glorious of it, the sun. Right. So he knew, Ibrahim knew that the source of all that you see is the one that he should be worshiping. And of course, he tried to tell his people that, and all the prophets got rejected. And so, but when the prophet got to that level in the ascension, he was not satisfied. So God, Allah, took him on a horizontal journey to Al-Aqsa. And you know there's all this trouble going on now. The Israelis busting into the Al-Aqsa, and you know, all of that's is troubling to faithful people in our religion. But we don't control those things. Allah is in charge. And the Aqsa for us is spiritual anyway. That structure over there is a sign. The Kaaba is a sign, isn't it? Someone asked me the other day, they told me that the Saudis have established a policy where if you're 65 and above, you can't make the Hajj right now. And she was asking me, you know, she never made the Hajj, so what happens with her? I said, well, sister, the only thing I can say is that everything is by intention. And as you know, in our religion, if you make the intention to do something and you're not able to do it, if it's a good act and you're not able to do it, God gives you credit for a good act. Actions are by intention, the prophet said. Therefore, you get what you migrate for. Whatever your intention is. That's why we make an-niyah before we do anything. If we're either openly or in our head, you make the intention, because what you get is going to be based on your intention. Now, if I'm driving down the road and I intend to run over that man, I'm going under the jail. But if it's shown that I didn't intend, they might say, well, you know what, you drive a little bit too fast. We're going to give you a citation or something. I'll put you on probation. But if I intended to run over that guy, I'm going to jail. In fact, I may never get out of jail, depending on who it was I ran over. So intention is so important for us. You all know that. But anyway, so the essence of what I want to say, I think you all understand that that chapter on the bee is very important for us to reflect upon, because Allah says He is the one who shows the bee how to go to all these different places and collect the pollen. By the way, when the bee collects the pollen, he helps the plant that he got the pollen from, because that's the plant's way of pollination so that they can grow. So even in the first work of the bee, he's helping. Now he goes back and he's bringing the pollinary for his family of bees. But it ends up that he not only has some for them, the bear gets some, you know, other creatures get some, we get some. And so that's the scholar, that's the thinker, that's the ones who God wants us to be. Because to me, when God said read, He was telling the prophet, you're going to represent a circumstance that's going to bring about the thinkers and the reflectors that the world needs. And it won't be the Satan teaching them, it'll be Allah Himself teaching them. And God said in the Quran, and the prophet is a witness to you, and you be a witness to humanity at large. And let me tell you something. I know y'all can bear witness to this. Hasn't someone come up to you in your life and told you that they were observing you, and you didn't even know they were observing you? Well, you better believe, see the people who do advertising and everything, they know that if one consumer complains about a product, then there may be, I don't know what the formula is, but there's a formula they use. If one consumer complains about a product, there may be 10,000 people who are not satisfied with it. They just didn't say. So I'm telling you, if you in your life had somebody let you know that they were watching you, just think about how many people have been watching you. So you don't really have to do anything. You just have to live your life as a Muslim in the light of what you know from Quran. And you could convert the world and not even know why. But there's a reason for everything, isn't there? There's a reason for everything. And there's a reason why God allowed them to come to Africa and take us in their colonizing ways. And not only colonize Africa, they took our behinds from Africa. You hear what I'm telling you? They didn't just colonize us, they took us. A whole Bible says something about, will you? Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, a man robbed God, yet you have robbed me, a whole people. That's not the Jews. I don't care who's claiming it. That's not the Jews. Search the history. Search the history and see if they took any Jews like that. No, they did not. And the Imam said, couldn't it be that someone can put something in the scripture, talk about themselves, but it end up talking about somebody else? That's us. Genesis says that, O Abraham, your people will be strangers in a strange land. Go ahead, man. Thank you. Keep going. Give it to me. let them hear, because this is He's trying. You don't have to get it exactly right, man.
For 400 years.
You're talking to Mike.
Oh, boy.
How many years, man?
For 400 years. For 400 years. And then he would raise up someone. Now, I think I'm mixing Deuteronomy with what you're talking about.
No, I don't think you are.
God says that
The raising up might be from Deuteronomy.
Okay. Yeah, he says, I will raise up someone like unto you. And I will put my words in his mouth. In other words, he won't be talking what he want to talk. And he said, and he shall speak unto the people all that I shall command him to speak. You know, so we believe that's us.
Look, they manipulate. You know, they can manipulate language, statistics, and everything. You know that, lying with statistics. So they don't. They're reluctant to say we've been here 400 years, because a wide awake person said, well, what are they saying, woke now? A woke person would say, oh, wait a minute, we were over here for 400 years. So they'll say a little over 3 cents. No, it was 400 years or more from when they came and got our ancestors from Africa. And the scripture says, and they will serve those people, but afterwards they will come out with great substance. That's in Genesis. That's in Genesis. I think I should stop, because I think I presented the idea of the honey. And, one last thing, scholars. Cows are also, C-O-W-S, are also seen as scholars in Scripture, cows. It's throughout Scripture, scholars. Because the cow has what they call 2 stomachs, 2 of them. And Imam said, you go out into a pasture late at night, and there ain't no lights out there. If you got a flashlight, you shine on that cow, he's chewing. Yeah. What do they call that other one, the other stomach? The cud. He's chewing the cud. Now, Imam said he told us, there are many words in the English language that come from Arabic, from Quran, he said. And I believe the word cud, C-U-D, is from the Quran. And it is cud. He said cud, the cud that the cows chew, the scholars. He said, because you know, Qadr is talking about Laylatul Qadr, the night of the potential. So the thinker is trying to, realize the potential in that thing that he or she is studying. Because if he could realize or she could realize the potential, Now they have light. Now I'm going to connect this with Moses. Because Moses told his people, he said, you stay here. I perceive a light on that mountain. He said, and it could be that if I go there and I get some light, I can bring light back. And the Imam said, when we do ablution, they teach us, this is from the prophet. You take water in your hand and you start back here and you go forward like this on your head. Then you bring it back. That's Moses. Moses went up the mountain to find the light. And you know, in science, they tell you that you have back here called the ganglia at the base of the brain, right? And the ganglia is a connection between the brain and the rest of the body. And Imam says science knows that everything that you experience in your genetic line is never lost. It's in you. And it runs throughout your body all the time. It's running. And sometimes it gets into the frontal lobe of the brain and there's a flash and you have a memory. It's in the Quran where it talks about those who only walk when the lightning flashes. And when it's dark, they stand still. They're not using their brain. Yes, ma'am.
Well, you mentioned the cow has 2 stomachs.
Yes.
You made me think about the ant who has 2 stomachs as well. So you said the cow represents the thinker?
The thinker, the scholar. That's right. Oh, yes. Scholar. And I'm going to show you in the story of Samson and Delilah. Samson is the learned leader, and this is according to Imam. And Delilah is a picture of his students. They're scholars. Listen, and so in the story it says, Samson said, you would not have got you would not have discovered my secret if you had not plowed my heifer. Chapter 2 of Quran, Baqarah, cow. And Allah says in that surah, says that you're going to be punished because you worship the calf. And the word for calf is ijlis. Ain, lam, jim. That's a young calf. And it really is talk about expediency. That the problem with you people who you're supposed to be following Moses, you don't want to go where Moses is trying to take you. You want everything quick. You worship the calf. You want it quick. You want to come up with some hocus pocus and trick the people and put some secrets over their head and do just like Egypt did. You didn't want to leave Egypt. You wanted what Egypt had. And you thought Moses was going to take you there. But Moses went up to confer with God to bring light on the subject. And you didn't like that. So while Moses was away, you went right back to worshiping that plan of expediency that you had. He's identifying people who want to get theirs by conspiracy and secrets and having, like Malcolm said, by bamboozling, pull the wool over your eyes, hoodwink, run amok.
And when the brother, Prophet Aaron, tried to stop him, what did they do? They threatened to kill him.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And then they had a guy called the Samari. And he said, I took something from the footprints of the prophet and I threw it into the mix and it made a sound. So I thus did my soul suggest to me. And the people followed that. And why did they follow it? Because they wanted expediency. They wanted quick. Moses said, you got to eat. Moses, we can't eat just one food. What's wrong with you? We want what Egypt had. Right. Moses said, well, if that's all you want, go to any. Yes. It says town, it's translated town, but the word is Misr. It means Egypt. Egypt is the place, is the town. And why is it called Egypt? You see the word Jip in there. The Egyptians, what they established, they had the most dominant cultural whatever thing over people, to rule people ever in the history. And these people knew that. I'm going to stop, but I got to give you this. How did Moses get into Egypt? Now, remember, Moses was seen to be the leader of these people. I'm not going to say what people. You figure that out. You probably know. So how do you get in there? We have this new mind where we can rule the world, but how do we get it in Egypt? Say, put it in a basket and fix it where no water can get in, and put it on the river, which Imam says is directed logic. That's what a river is. And it's going to go into Egypt. And when it goes into Egypt, it's a baby. They won't fear you.
That's right.
And so Pharaoh's wife picks him up and says, let's adopt him. And the rest is history.
He grows up among them, and he learned them. And he came close with the brother. And then that brother became his fiercest enemy.
There you go.
Allah says, and your friends will become your enemies.
That's right. And the rest is history. But fear not, dear people of African descent. God, the creator of everything, came to your aid. And this man came from over there in what we call now divine intervention. He came with one intention, and Allah took over. He didn't come to free you. He came to punish the West for what the West had done. See, 9/11 is nothing new. They've been trying to deal with this domination for a long time. Mr. Farad, according to our leader, was part of an effort to punish the West for what it did. But Mr. Farad saw us, Imam say, and he saw what the British had done to his people where he came from. And his heart softened, and he put in his teaching something that when the scholars started reflecting and everything, represented by Imam W.D. Muhammad, they would see the way out of it. So that's what happened. And he said, you all think he came to get my father, but my father was W.D. Muhammad in the dark. He came to get me. But he hoped that I would follow what he laid out. But they planned Allah plans. And sure, Allah is the best of planners. So here we are, free, off the merry-go-round. Huh? One last movie. Shawshank Redemption. You saw it, right? Where did the man tell him he was going to find what he left for him? Under a wall. Oh yeah, you see where I'm going with that? Where did the wise man take Moses to show him the inheritance for the orphans? On the wall. And look at the man's name who portrayed the character. What's the man's name? Yes. Black man. Morgan who? Morgan who? Freeman. Morgan Freeman. I told my wife, we watched it the other day, I said, now, I never checked this out. Let's see what he pulls out of that envelope. And he reached in the envelope, I said, he reached in the envelope, he pulls out $50 bill, 50, 5 cents. Imam says 50 means whatever 5 cents is, you now understand it. It's in your brain. That's 50. Pulls out a $50 bill. Those people aren't playing. And we ain't playing either. So welcome to the new, what do you say, new freedom exchange? Oh, it's all connected.
We don't want that hocus pocus.
No, we don't want any hocus pocus, no.
We don't want that, I call it a microwave mindset.
No, we don't. No, we don't. We be free. We be free. Okay, I'm finished. If y'all have any questions, I know I took too long. I'm sorry. This is Ramadan. I really apologize. Yes, ma'am. Alaikum assalam.
I was just wondering if you could give us any, just a little bit, I don't know if it would be easy to do, but of your conversation with Imam about the angels.
About the angels?
Yeah.
Yes, I can. If you all, how much time can I have? I'll try to take a couple of minutes, 5 minutes or less. Okay. Now, you know, Imam said, when I asked him that, he said, now you know there's 3 entities that Allah created. I said, yes, sir, but I ain't really know. I just wanted to keep talking. he said, jinn, angel, and ins, men. Ins, I-N-S, ins. Ins, what jinns? The human being, the jinn, and the angels, malaika. 3 of them. And you know, these are abstract entities. You know, I look at Imam Khalil, and I think I'm looking at Imam Khalil, but I'm looking at Imam Khalil's body. Imam Khalil is inside the body. So we are essentially spiritual. Angels are spiritual, and the jinn is spiritual. That's why Imam said that the jinn, ins, and angel are choices that we can make. Some people want to be angels. They don't want to be human. They want to be angels. They want to, and if he told me this, I'm just saying this conversation. He said, what the physical biological form is determined to be depends on the inclination inside. So he said, if you're inclined to be angelic, then you're an angel. If you're inclined to be jinn, then you're a jinn. If you're inclined to be human, you're a human. Right. And he said, so these are the 3 entities that's inside the human person. So then he went on to explain the properties of each one of them. He said the angel's inclination and what the angel ultimately wants is to obey God totally and not deviate. He doesn't want to think, or she doesn't want to think at all. They just want to do what God says. And you know, there's angels in everything. The Quran says we have 2, every human being has 2 angels. So angels are the forces in the creation that support and help the creation to operate, and they obey God totally. Right, that's angel. That's what angel means. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to mention there's a hadith, one that I call an authentic hadith.
Yes, sir.
I'm saying that because I'm going to accept all the hadiths.
Yes, sir.
Where this man comes up to the prophet. By all, you know, the one that was seeing it, they saw a man.
That's right.
And he asked the prophet about the religion.
That's right.
And every time the prophet would answer, he said, you answered correctly. And then when he left, the prophet said, you know who that was? He said, well, man, he said, oh, no, Allah and his messenger knows best. He said, that was the angel Gabriel who came to teach us your religion.
That's right. That's right.
So it was a man that they saw.
Yes, sir.
You know? And I had an experience. I'm going to spook y'all up a little bit. I'm not going to spook you up. Because I heard this. I heard the man say sometimes a person is acting in the role of an angel.
Yes, absolutely.
I was coming from Pennsylvania. And I just gone up to see my family. We had just moved here. You know, I had just moved here. They came down 6 months later. So I'd gone up to see them. And on the way back, I-77, my car broke down. I'm way out there. Out on I-77. And then I looked up and saw those 3 crosses. You know, they say that. I said, well, I hope they ain't the wrong cross. And I tried to weigh somebody down. Nobody stopped. So I starting to get dark. So I decided that I was going to get in the car and just wait. You know, so I had about 300 miles, I guess, maybe 200 miles to go before I got a shot. All of a sudden, this car comes up, pulls up, and stops. And was a soldier, look, Caucasian. He came back and said, "Do you having problems?" I said, "Yeah, my car is broken." He said, "Look, the next exit, there's a shop up there." He said, "Come on, I'm going to take you up there." So now, he didn't know he was an angel, but he was sure my angel.
Yeah. Yes, yes, sir.
And then when I got there, I didn't have any cash money because I left my money. I had a card. I I didn't want to use a card. You know, I told the man what my situation was, and he said, look, I'm going to fix my car. He said, give me a post-dated check.
Mm.
Just give me a post-dated check. He said, you know, so then you can be on your way. That's what I did. I gave him a post-dated check. And I checked my bank and made sure they didn't change it. They didn't. To me, that's an experience.
Yes, sir.
Of God helping you.
Yes, sir.
Through people. And the people helping you. And they don't even realize that they're in the role of an angel.
That's right. That's right. And I, from what you just said, I would venture to say that every one of us have been an angel at some point. We weren't aware of it. And we might not even know what help we're giving to that person, but it's what they needed. You know, that's the angel. That's the part. That's not from our consciousness. That's Allah working through us. Yeah. So then the other one is the jinn, and he said the jinn only wants to go with what is rational. So that's why in the Quran it says, "You made me from a fire free of smoke." Jinn doesn't give any credibility to something if it's not rational. You know, don't talk about morals, don't talk about decency, none of that. It's got to be rational. He was made of fire, free of smoke. And you have people like that who have given themselves to that nature. It's a nature. And so people who've given themselves to that kind of nature, they're jinn. Even though they're in the biological form that we say is human, it's not human is what's inside, not what's outside. Because we understand a human being can be a snake or a dog, you know, dog culture. You know, and my wife can tell you, I am so sick of seeing dog commercials. You cannot try it. You cannot turn your television on any day. There's going to be a dog commercial or there's going to be a dog in the commercial about something else. Now you tell me why they have so many dogs running all over the place. Somebody is trying to put an influence on us without us thinking about it. And another thing, you won't see a movie if somebody doesn't say, Jesus Christ, Jesus H. Christ, Jesus. Check it out. I've done it for years. They don't make a movie without that. And then you ask yourself, why does everybody have to say that? Because that's a tool that's used to keep you in a certain state of being. And if you're not aware of it, then they got you. Then the other one is the human being. And the human being, like Allah says, he would create one with the right amount of this, right amount of that, and then breathe into him of his spirit. That's the human being. Human being has little angel, little jinn, and then the human quality, and then God breathes into him of his spirit. And that's the one that the Iblis says, I can't buy that, I got to trip him up. Imam says that's because he's jealous, and he only wants to see the human being like this, and he won't let the human being grow. And he will do everything he can to prevent that. And this is influence, this is a thinking that Imam said is more among the Jews than anybody. He said, I'm not saying all the Jews are the Satan. He said, but because they don't have a concept of the devil or Satan among them, makes it easy for him to hide among them. He told us one time we were at lunch, he said, you want to know why when I was teaching on the telephone, on the bell system, he said, the first Sunday hookup, and he said, and I was teaching on the Jacobite. He said, you want to know why? Because, you know, Jacobite was the ungodly Jew. He was teaching that on the bell system. He said, you know why they never interrupted me? He said, because I was helping them. He said, they didn't know that what I was telling them, that here was the Satan hiding among them. He said, and I didn't condemn all Jews. He said, I said the ones who are ungodly, who don't believe in God, who got a scheme going on. He said, that's not, most of the Jews are not like that. But those others hide among them by using that name. And he said, so I'm helping them. Why should they stop me? And they didn't stop it. Yes, ma'am.
The term that you used earlier, did you say insmen, like I-N, insmen?
Ins, in Arabic, ins. Yeah. I-N-S, if you write it in English. Ins. What is that in Arabic, the letters? Is it Alif, Sin, Nun? Alif, Nun, Sin. Is it Ibn? Is it somebody help me? I don't know. It's either Ain or Alif. You think it's Alif? Yeah, Alif, Nun, Sin, Ins. That's the human. See, you have in the last chapter of Quran is called Nas, but that's the human being having grouped and formed collective activity. That's Nas. Ins is the human being individually when it's first. Insane, that's right. It's from the same root, but Nas is the human being after the human being has formed community and formed the social order. That's Nas. But even that's not enough, is it? Because in that chapter, God warns you that one would be among you whispering and withdrawing after his whisper. Whispers into the heart among jinn and among men. It's Aleph. Thank you. Thank you. It's Aleph. Yeah. That's Ins. Ins, Jinn, and Malaika. Those are the three creations of God. Now, the rest of it is just the animate and inanimate world, plants, animals, everything. But we're talking about the human person that take on the biological form. So the angel, jinn, and men, human being, take on the biological form that we call human. But just because you have that form, Imam said, doesn't mean you're human. Because a human being can, like that writer said, can be every creature in the forest. A human being. That's right. He's a snake in the grass. He's a dog. He's a pigeon, a stool pigeon. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. It was pressed. Yeah, so these are all abstract concept about the human, but the human being essentially is abstract anyway. So that doesn't change anything. We're abstract. And my wife showed me, somebody said there was some guy, and he thought it was helping, but man, he was teaching something about death, the grave, and that sucker was in a grave, turned sideways. And I'm looking at that, I'm saying, what the hell? That's exactly what I said. I might have said something else. See, so these forms that we take on, these pictures that we assume, can be helpful or harmful. And that wasn't helping me, because once I see him laying up in that grave and he ain't dead, I don't want to hear nothing he got to say. I'm sorry. He might have thought it was helpful, but it wasn't helpful to me. I'm through, so, I mean, just...
There's a brother that I knew who had this, I don't know what it was, he just talked about chins all the time. He said when his wife started arguing, he could look at his ceiling and see chins.
Oh, my God.
So I mentioned to another friend, this guy was not even American, his name was Jabbar. He used to teach Arabic. We had him teaching Arabic in Masjid in Harrisburg.
And he was seeing jinn in the ceiling?
No, he said, I told him
No.
about the brother. He said if he could have ran, he'd be in the middle of the they'll put him in, they'll lock him up. Yeah. And then we had another sister here in Charlotte who gave me a book. She had written a book that thick on jinns.
Oh, wow.
Man, I asked her about sister, you don't want to ridicule people. But I said, man, you really need some help. I told her, the only jinn I'm interested in is the one that the prophet said. So he had a jinn, he made a jinn submit. So I'm not running around trying to find jinns in bathrooms, ceilings. I want to deal with the jinn within myself.
And the jinn, we must make it very clear. The jinn is a creation of God. Right. So the jinn in the creation is good.
That's right.
It's only when the jinn rebelled and became the Iblis. And then the Iblis decided to go against God's plan, which is a human being. So that makes him, Satan, aduwan nas, the enemy of man. But Imam said, if he's the enemy of God's plan for man, he's the enemy of God too, even though it doesn't say that. So Satan, I saw it one time. I wrote it down too. There's a passage in the Quran. It says Satan, Satan, the persistent rebel. Satan, the persistent rebel. So he didn't just rebel that one time. He's going to persist in that rebellion. He's going to prove to God that God is wrong for choosing the human being to be the Khalifa. You know, and so he because of his disposition, he can't go any further. And he doesn't want the human being to go any further. So he works out a plan in surrounding the human being so that the human being can't go any further. And God says in the Quran, chapter 71, verse 17, he created us to grow from the earth like a plant. So what they look like stopping the growth of human beings? God created us to grow. And just because that sucker can't grow, he wants to make sure nobody else grows. What you say, brother? Misery loves company. Y'all better get me up here. Get this mic. You better get this mic off my chest here, Cole. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you mentioned that angels, they obey everything Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says. Is it clear to us why they don't recite Quran?
Why the angels don't recite Quran?
Yeah, they don't read.
Imam told me in that conversation on the airplane, they don't desire to. He said that each one of these entities, he says, you have the biological, what we call the biological form. In that form is angel, jinn, men, human being. He said that, but whatever that abstract being gives him, himself, or herself to, that's what they become. So if you give yourself to only going with what's rational, then you're jinn. That's your dominant inclination. That's the reason. Their dominant inclination is to only follow what God said. And it's in the Quran, because when God said he's about to make his man, the angels say, God, we only know what you tell us. So God is identifying their nature. We only want to know what God says. You say bow down to Adam, we bow down to Adam. Jinn say, I can't do that. I'm better than he is. I'm not doing that. You know, and so that's how the Iblis comes about. It's a change in the nature of the jinn who was created to serve God, and he was leader among the angels. But God was about, in his mind, to take that leadership away from him, and he didn't like that. So then he rebels. Now he's the Iblis. So that's what the prophet said. Everybody has a jinn, but my jinn submitted and became a Muslim. So we all have a jinn. Yes, sir.
Also, I wanted to just say that the Quran says that revelation is for jinn and men.
Yes, it does.
So angels are not.
They're not included in that, are they?
Right.
As a matter of fact, it's in the Quran too, where it says a company of jinn. They accompanied them so they could hear the Quran. Yeah. What a wonderful recite. That's right.
There are some of us who listen.
Yes, sir.
He talk, you know, it talks about some of them listen and some of them don't.
That's right. That's right. But not so the angels. That's not their inclination.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but you know, you're talking about the angels just being obedient.
Yes.
So we read the Quran to get to when we read the Quran at the third of a day, it's about us becoming obedient.
That's right. That's right.
So, but if the
That's a
angels
great
are
point.
obedient, there's no need for them to read.
Yes, sir. And that's a great point you're making, because the human being has a choice. The angels don't have a choice. Jinn have a choice. Human beings have a choice. Angels don't have a choice. God created them. They don't have choices. That's the answer, really. God created them to not have choices. But the human being has choice. The jinn has choice. And the choice says that you can go that way or you can go this way. If you choose that way, you know where that is. I don't have to explain that. Oh, this is so beautiful. Thank you all for those questions, because I've always felt that we need to have more sessions with our members to have these kind of discussions. You know, and but to just have imams giving you what they think, that ain't sufficient. And I'm an imam. I'm not putting down imams. We know what we know. But collectively, we know more of what we should know. And our prophet, praise and peace be upon him, he put himself in the collective body and called it Shura Bainahum. He could have said, look, we're going to do this, and they would have followed him. But he put himself in the group to make the decision. And I think that we should stay with that. And so everything that we do is roles. Imam is a role. We're you know, go back to husband and wife. Those are roles. But we're all the same. Before God, we're the same. But our roles may be equal or may not be equal. But they're just roles. The roles don't really determine who we are essentially before God. Whatever role we have, we're supposed to do it to the best that we can. Some have major roles, some have minor roles. That's just the way it is. The Quran says, they slay and they're slain. That's right. We slay and we're slain in our roles. But it's all there because God wants it that way. And it all serves the overall plan. All of these, what they call, to me, all of these tragedies that's happening with the rain and the wind and everything, you think God sees it that way? You think Allah sees it that way in the scheme of things? Why out in California we had all that trouble a little while ago, they were crying because they needed water. And now the Sierras and everything got all that snow that's going to melt and fill up all those reservoirs. In fact, they got so much water, they don't know what to do with the water. And it's in the Quran, isn't it? Where it says, you know, you cry for this and then God give it to you. Then you start associating something with, you say, well, surely I'm supposed to have this. No, fool, you didn't have it a few minutes ago. Thank you all. Assalamu alaikum. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. I thought it was excellent. Not me, I'm just saying.
I want to say this, man. Me and a brother had an argument, and we were trying to reconcile. You know what he told me? He said, you know what? You got a strong chin and I got a strong chin.
And it's true.
Wait a minute. You would say I got a strong chin? Yeah, you can. Oh, yeah. I think you do okay.
Oh, the sisters definitely can have it.
Yeah.
Sisters.
So they're more spiritually.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And you know, because we have service, and see service.
Don't forget the books. We have books outside, so please take a look at what's on the table. Brother Barry has a book. I think Imam Wahid brought some books with him. Do anyone else have books? And then we have the Ramadan sessions. Okay. You got something to say?
Some announcements.
Oh.
Assalamu alaikum. Just a couple of announcements. The Eid committee has sign-up sheets in the lobby looking for volunteers to assist with the 3 days of Eid. So look for the sign-up sheets and sign up. because we need as many volunteers as we can get. I tell you, from being on the E committee, those 3 days, the people that are on the E committee, it is a blur. 3 days of work from the whole time you set foot here, and it helps out when there's more hands. So, alhamdulillah.
Sisters and brothers, we get ready to get started again. Inshallah. Please come on inside, please.
Yes, sir.
Come here for a second. Are you in a Mac environment?
No.
Do you know how to set this screen so that it won't go off?
I've seen all these cashmere scarves from Pashmina. I love this.
Right, yes, time's out, right? Yes, sir.
Time out on it.
And I used to wear them.
I am not.
So it's not like screen time.
What happened?
I'm trying to figure out how to keep this so that it won't time out.
I am so not Apple product person.
Very nice. Some people just wear it around because they're really nice. This is the passion, I think. Yeah. And it's light. It's not light. It's not that light. Yeah, because sometimes, like I have the wrong scarf on.
I'll figure it out. No, I'll call them. I'll call them. Because I've moved from.
Sometimes I get myself a headache. It's penitent.
Yeah, I know what I had to do.
Okay.
Without. Yeah.
It says, go to the system preferences.
Yeah.
And then it says, you see system preferences?
Yeah, I'm in. This is it here.
Okay.
System
You
settings.
see energy saver?
Energy saver.
It says something about prevent, let me see. To prevent the computer from sleeping automatically. That's what you're trying to do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't say energy. It doesn't say energy saver.
No.
No, I have to call. I'll call them.
Okay.
I'll call them first. But I know if I just move the.
Assalamu alaikum. We're about to get started in here. If we can have your attention, we're about to get started in here. Assalamu alaikum.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. You know, I was wondering as I was sitting back there listening to Sister Marcia and Imam Ronald, I said, well, can they handle any more? I was just saying, can they handle any more? Well, yeah, man, we but you know, we have a capacity to hold but so much, you know.
Fahim and I, Shuaib, we did a workshop a few weeks ago on Zoom. And when we decided that we were going to do it, I said to him, I said, well, how long you think? How long you think we ought to do this for, you know? I said, because, look, people can't hold but so much. And I know once you get started, and then I get started behind you, I mean, how much can they hold? So what we decided to do was just do 4 hours on Saturday and 4 hours on Sunday, you know? So he took 2 hours on Saturday, 2 hours, and I took 2 hours on Saturday, he took 2 hours on Sunday, I took 2 hours on Sunday. And it worked out pretty good, you know, it wasn't overbearing, you know? It wasn't so much that, well, nobody got off the line, you know? Nobody got tired, you know? Because we were depositing a lot of ideas and concepts, you know, into people. And this is, you know, but here's the other thing about this. Time is different when you're into ideas and concepts like this. The time becomes different. It's not intellectual time as we understand intellectual time when you're dealing with concepts and ideas like this. You know, so the time does pass, but still we have a capacity to be able to hold certain things. And I think this is why the prophet, the President, peace be upon him, he said, look, don't keep them long. Don't keep them long, because they can only handle so much. But I know y'all ain't got nowhere to go. You ain't got no eat. You ain't eating today. You're not going to be eating. So yesterday we had it was full in here yesterday. You know, I think the rain kept some folk away today. But God knows best. Well, no, they'll be out here this evening. Ain't no question. Allah knows best. So, you know, when Imam Khalil called me and asked me to do this, and he gave me what the subject matter was, I said to myself, okay, it's certainly when you start talking about holistic things, that's up my alley, you know, because that's what I deal with, primarily the mind, the body, and the soul of people, you know, it was a long time, I think, after I became a naturopath that I started really realizing, and I think Dr. Bernard Jensen said this too, that at some point it dawned on him that there was something inside this person that you have to address. And that's not the physical body, you know, that you got to deal with. There's a soul in there. In fact, as Imam Rana was saying, you are a soul. You don't have one, you are a soul. You know, that's exactly what you are. So giving attention to that becomes very, very relevant when you start talking about the health of the person. Because you can't overlook that. We can't just think that all I have to do is understand your chemistry and your biology and then just give you some nutrients, some vitamins and some minerals and some chemical constituents that will bring about some type of balance in the physical aspect of your body, and that's going to heal you. No, not necessarily so. You as the man was saying, you know, you're not that body. That's a house that we're living in, that we're working in, that we're functioning in. And it pretty much does what we tell it to do. It's going to never go, it can't do anything but what we tell it to do. That's just nature. It's truly Muslim. It's truly going to be obedient and can't do anything other than that. So when he started talking about, as Khalil was talking to me about holistic, dealing with this from a holistic standpoint, I said, okay, what do I do? So this morning, I got up this morning, I had produced so much stuff for this weekend, really, for Jumu'ah and then for the presentation yesterday. And then I got up this morning and said, well, okay, what are you going to do here this morning? So I went and I grabbed this. And I grabbed this. And I was looking for some more stuff. I never got past this. I grabbed this statement just here. And I had already looked at some other things in the Quran about the creation of the universe and how Allah creates the universe. You know, and there's so many different ayats in there from the standpoint of him just saying, well, all I have to say is be, and it is, and so on and so forth. All of those things are there. But I looked at this, and I started reading this statement by the Imam. And you can see that it's his statement. And let's thank Imam Ash-Shaheed for these Ramadan sessions. Y'all should give him a hand. I want some public stuff. I want some recognition that we can hear, because he has saved, preserved, and published many of these sessions that the Imam gave to us. Not just gave to us, he's really given it to the world. That's right. And now what he has done is put it in a form, in a very, very professional form. All of us should have this in our library. You know, this should go to the next generation. I asked my children and my grandchildren, I says, you know, they look at the house, they look at the car, they look at the business, they look at those kind of things. I said, well who's going to inherit my library? Because that's where the wealth is. It's not in these material things. These things are going to pass away. Who's going to inherit the library? So all of us should have this in our library. These sessions, they're so rich. And I was telling Imam last night, because he was telling me about, it was Beasley, right? The magician Beasley, Walter Beasley had got a copy of it. Had he had a copy of it? He had got a copy of it. And I was saying to him, I said, well, you know, there are many other artists out there too who are Muslim that would love to have this. And I was telling him one day I was preaching, I was doing Jumu'ah one day, and I look up, Ahmad Jamal is sitting there in front of me. So we have so many people, and they need this. They need this material. So make sure if you don't have it, you get it as quickly as you can, and share. Share as much of it as you can with others. But also make sure that you get all of these copies of it. And he's working on a third. He's working on a third book now to come out with it. Very professionally done. Most of you who live here, you've seen it. Okay, but for those who are outside of the city, we haven't seen it. But I grabbed this morning out of a session out of Randolph, Virginia. In fact, I was there for that session. So I went back in there. I've been reading. I got the books from Waheed, and incidentally, Ronald, the first session that I went to was Randolph, Virginia. In fact, I was working between Greensboro and New York City at that time. So I went. So I have. This was almost at the end of that session. So I grabbed this morning. It says, man is formed of the material world. So he wants to have his life in some rational, logical form because he came from matter that has laws organized upon logic, laws, rules, logical schemes, etc. So I'm looking at this. So the other piece that I was going to look at is Allah creates the universe. How does he go about creating the universe? Well, why is Allah revealing all of this to us if it's not for us to be able to use it to create our little miniature universe? How are we to create ours? What do we do? Why are you telling me this? He says, not for naught have you created all of this. There's a purpose behind all of this. And you and I have been selected as the Khalifa, as the crown of this creation. There's not another species like us. We have the responsibility, and as I keep reading here, you can see what the Imam is going to say about it. So, how am I to create the world that I want to live in? Sister Marcia was talking about it earlier. The Imam was just talking about it. If you keep, I don't care where you go. If they're coming from out of our community, you're going to hear us, and they've been students of Imam W.D. Muhammad, Allah's mercy be on him, you're going to hear us talking about how do we get what we want? How do we create the world that we want to live in? Because that's really what we have to do. We're not looking to try to live in this world here that we're exposed to at this particular point. The Imam just told you, say, Satan created this thing, and we're no match for Satan. Allah will handle that part. But what can we do inside the confines of all of this wealth, all of these resources that God has made available for man to use as a utility to enjoy the most and the best part of this life? Because you're supposed to enjoy this life. This is not supposed to be a life of just hardship for you, 24 hours a day. You trying to figure out how you're going to pay a bill? You trying to figure out how you're going to pay a mortgage? How you going to send the children to school? With all these resources here? And then God has given you all this gray matter up here on your shoulders? You're supposed to be able to think with this. But as I said yesterday, you got to think within the confines of La ilaha illallah. That Allah is the creator of the heavens and the earth. And as you were saying earlier, he does what he wills. He gives power to whom he chooses. He strips the power whom he chooses. He does it when he chooses. And he doesn't have to have the authorization of anything that he has created to do what he wills. He's your and my Lord. So the reality is, I want to live the life that I think God has ordained for man, which is a life of peace, a life of harmony, a life of prosperity, a life of growth, a life of development, a life of achievement. That's the life I think that God has ordained for mortals, for humans. And we're responsible, more responsible than any other creature in the creation for this creation. But look at what Allah says here. He says, also you have appetite, what the Imam is saying here. He says, also you have appetites for beauty and the material world. Bears us beauty to show that it has an appetite for beauty. So what did he just say? Everything, pretty much everything is in you. Everything, this is what the Imam just said. Everything in the creation is already in you. I mentioned it yesterday in the workshop that I was doing yesterday, or maybe I did it on Friday, that the educational paradigm in the West is backwards. Madam Montessori came out and said, y'all got it backwards. We're supposed to be pulling out of the children, not putting something in them. Everything is already in them. We need to open them up and pull out all of this treasure that God has deposited into the human form. So the Imam is saying, you come to this material world, and at the early part of this Ramadan session, he's talking also along these lines in terms of man coming out of the material creation also. I was going to go back there. I couldn't get back there. I just stopped here. So he said, you got an appetite for beauty. Quran says when you look at the creation and you see the beauty in the creation, you say, Alhamdulillah. You praise Allah for that beauty that you see. But where is it really coming from? From inside you. Our consciousness is our reality. If we take the consciousness from you, you have no reality. Once the five senses are gone, there's no reality for you. You say, well, the world keeps going on, but yeah, it keeps going on, but it doesn't go on for you. So that's the end of the world for you. So your life is in your consciousness. First and foremost for us to understand this. And this is huge. So the beauty that we see in the material creation, it's already in us. The only way that we don't get a chance to see it out there is it's shrouded in us. It's clouded in us. Or we have been painted with something. This natural uswa that Allah has blessed all of us with. He didn't just give it to Muhammad the Prophet. He gave it to all of us. It's the same uswa. He says, Ana basharun mithlukum. I'm a mortal just like you. So this basic nature that I have, you got it too. And as the Imam points out to us, Muhammad the Prophet was a good person before revelation came. He said, you don't have to have revelation to be a good person. You can be a good person without revelation. So Muhammad had it before revelation came. So that same basic nature that he had before revelation came, you and I got it too. And if we cater to it, if we nurture it, if we give the attention to it that it deserves, God will cause it to grow, cause it to expand. You'll ultimately get a disposition of your own. And the Quran says what? All of us function based on our own disposition. Because we all have that same disposition. But where does that come from? That's coming from the world. That's coming from outside. But the objective, quite naturally, is for it to shape itself based on what I want it to be. And not what the world wants it to be. This is what Satan wants. Satan wants you to live in his world. Not the world that God created for you. He wants you outside of that basic nature. So the Imam is saying the beauty that you see out there is already in here. The good that you see out there is already in here. And if we take away your consciousness, then that's gone. So you can be influenced by what's coming from out there, or you can influence that world based on what's in here. And this is what Madame Montessori was saying, that we should be influencing the world based on the basic nature that God has given to us, and not the world doing it the other way around. So whatever's in you is also in the material world. That's what the Imam is saying. And it comes into you so that you can advance it for the betterment of human life and the life of your environment. Whatever's in you is in the world. Let's think about that. So there's nothing out there. Everything that you want is already here. See, this is what the social scientists say. They say you can get whatever you want as long as you believe you already got it. You can materialize whatever you want if you believe you already got it. But if you think you got to get it, you're going after it. This is the pursuit that most of us are after, that's very elusive and very, very difficult for us to make it happen. Because we think the wealth is out there. The wealth is not out there. The wealth is in here. You got to cultivate it in here. How did God create the creation? Through self-contemplation. There was nothing here before him based on what we're told. So he started thinking on himself. And as a result of him thinking on himself, he creates the world. Everything comes from him. You can't explain this. We can't explain this. We can allude to it, but you can't fully explain it. But that's how it happened. So you creating your world is the same thing. Based on what? Self-contemplation. I got to think on me. I got to think on this spirit that God gave to me. Why? Because it's creative. I just need to tell it what it needs to do, what I want it to do. I got this mind, and this mind is creative. But there's a couple of divisions to it. I showed this to people yesterday, and I think I better show it to us again today. Because you can't just see this one time and understand it. You really have to see it over and over and over and over again in order for you to get the message. That's what the Quran does. Quran doesn't just tell you something one time. It keeps telling you the same thing over and over and over and over. Repetition is what's necessary in order for creation to come into existence. But what we have failed to do for the most part, and I think this is why Neil deGrasse says, what happened to the Muslims? This is a contemporary scientist. He's saying, what happened to the Muslims? How could you all have gotten all of this science in the Quran, and then the West ends up taking it or using it to build the world, and you still sitting in the mosque doing dhikr? And the world is growing, the world is advancing. What happened to the Muslims? Somebody said they thought that they heard that Neil deGrasse was an atheist or something like that. Did you hear something like that? I think Jacques Cousteau was too in the beginning, till he got down to the bottom of the ocean. And then he said he heard Allahu Akbar. So things changed. So the man was reading the book, saw all the science in the Quran, understands the history of the world, and then comes out and says, how did the Muslims let all this get away from them? Now look at this. I'm going to keep going here, and then inshallah, we get up there. He says it's for the betterment of the human life and the life in your environment. Not just human life. We don't have animal protection laws to protect animals either. He's talking about us as Muslims right now. That the human being may inflict, he says, that we would use. But Christian society has it. We're going to get it, he says, because as we wake up again. What are you saying? We done went to sleep. We done went to sleep. He says, as we wake up again, in Al-Islam, we're going to see that the Christians are doing a lot of our work. That the work that they say is theirs also is ours. Now look at this, we're talking about holistic things in terms of this religion. The Imam was talking about, he said, animal rights. This is the Ramadan session that we're in. And just like you say, well, now how did he get there? How did he get the animal rights? This was not in the notes, in his notes. He's talking, somebody asked him a question. And before long, he's into animal rights. What did he say? He said, it wasn't this modern civilization that established animal rights. He said, but Hadith says that there were people walking and a dog walking on the same path. And they didn't think the dog had the right to be on that path. And the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, he reminded them that the path was for the dog too. He's talking about dogs. As I was sitting back there, I'm listening to what you said. He said the dog had a right to be on the path too. The dog has rights to that path also. So he said respect for all life. This is Al-Islam. And since we are the superior creation in the biological world, then we should be more responsible in this world. That all the living, than all of the living creatures. We should be more responsible for everything. Why? Because the Quran gives us this holistic approach to the entire life. So we're not to discriminate against anything if we rightly understand what's been given to us with the book. Look, I was listening to Fahim the other day. Fahim says, okay, you're getting ready to read the Quran, you're getting ready to look at the entire universe throughout this entire month. And if you're examining it, as you're examining it, look, I thought about it, we was reading, must have been 4 or 5 days ago, and Allah says, and we kept Pharaoh in this form so that for generations, so that the generations coming behind him could see what happened to him. Well, what did he do? What did he do? He testified that there was no God but Allah after his army goes down. And Allah said, we preserved him in his form. Well, I'm thinking about the current day Pharaoh. This is for you. See what was the end of those that went before you, when they obeyed God and when they disobeyed God. So Allah has not left anything out in this Quran. So let me just share this one thing with you all about you, so that we can kind of get a good understanding on how to build better health, how to improve our conditions, how to improve our circumstances, how to improve our finances, how to improve your marriages, how to improve our function with members in our community. We need to learn how to sow, how to plant. Allah says you come up out of earth like a plant. But we need to know how to plant. We need to know something about ourselves. I tell this Friday at Jumu'ah. It's one thing for us to come here and get philosophy and get theory. But how do I practice this? How do I get what I want? Everybody in here wants to run faster, jump higher, earn more, be better. Everybody wants more. Everybody wants bigger. Everybody wants greater. Everybody. It's in our basic nature. It's in that basic uswa. And when we can't seem to find how to get there, at times it's frustrating for us. We won't give up because the basic nature won't allow you to give up. But until you figure the puzzle out on how to get what you want, then you'll have those days of frustration. But as soon as you find out how to get it, and it starts happening for you, the frustration goes away. So look, there was a doctor by the name of Dr. Fleet. His name was Dr. Fleet. I think his name was Herman Fleet. And he was from Texas. This is in 30. He drew this diagram. Because we can't see, you don't know what your mind looks like because you've never seen your mind. You know what your house looks like. You know what your car looks like. You know what your front room looks like. You know what your children look like, but you don't know what your mind looks like. So what he said was, let me see if I can create some type of schematic drawing that will give people an indication of what the mind looks like, so we can see how the mind works. Because until you figure your mind out and how it works, you can't figure nothing out about what God is doing. I mean, really. You can speculate, but in terms of how he really created this and getting as close to it as you possibly can, you can't get that until you understand you. And that's why Allah says we give you signs in the creation and we give you signs in yourself. But you got to study you if you want to understand the creation. Quarles says man is man's ABCs. Pope says basically the same thing. You got to study man before you can understand the universe. Now, this is a fact. So let's look at what Dr. Thurman Fleet said. He said, man, his mind, is two parts to it. He said you have a conscious and you have a subconscious. This is the conscious part. This is the subconscious part. This is the thinking part. But this is the doing part. Now, all of us know that we can pile up a whole lot of books in here. We can know a whole lot of things that we don't do. Knowing and doing are poles apart. It's not coming out the same mind, the same part of the mind. The mind, in his estimation, is broken up into two parts. This part of your mind it has a deductive and it has an inductive. This part here is where you choose. And the inductive part, the deductive part, things just come straight through and go into the subconscious chamber. And the doing part of the mind. You can determine what you want to put in here. If you don't determine what you want to put in here, then the world will put it in here for you. It can go straight past the inductive part of your mind into the subconscious mind, and the subconscious mind is totally deductive. It cannot choose, nor can it refuse. The subconscious mind is creative. It is amenable to suggestion. And again, it's deductive. It's these three things. It's creative. Why is it creative? Because the universal mind is working through the subconscious mind. It works through the subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is the bridge between the universal mind and the external world. The senses, the five senses are the doors. Isn't that what the Imam says? He said the five senses are the doors to the world. Everything is coming in and everything is going out through the five senses. Now, at the conscious level, you have some higher faculties, though. You've got intuition. You've got memory. You've got perception. You've got imagination. What are we missing? Intuition, memory, perception. You got reason. And I'm missing one more, and it'll probably come to me. But that's all at the conscious level. Now, every teacher needs to understand these, but most don't. Most teachers that go to school, they don't get taught about these. But these are the higher faculties. These are the faculties that every mother should be sharing with their children. Nobody has to teach you how to use your basic senses. Seeing, smelling, tasting, touching, hearing. Those are what? Seeing, smelling, tasting, touching, hearing. They're all a part of the conscious mind. But nobody has to teach you how to use them but these. This is what creates the world. So until you learn how to use these intentionally, because we use them in many cases by accident, but we don't know how to use them intentionally to get what we want. So what is the objective? The objective is to get over into the subconscious mind ideas and concepts of success and progress and productivity and growth and development. Until you become what? Till you become competent unconsciously. You need unconscious competence. Look, you think you drive your car all the time? You think you're in control of that car all the time? Once you control your body, the other part of this is the body. Once you condition your body to drive your car, then ultimately that's what drives your car. Sometimes you drive in the car, you get home, you in the driveway, you don't even know how you got there. Your mind is somewhere else. But you're functioning competently, unconsciously. Well, just as you can move that information and that knowledge into your physical body, you can move it into the subconscious mind for success, progress, growth, and development. This is what God wants from man. Don't tell me that's all he wants you to do is learn some Arabic and dhikr. Those things will purify your heart, purify your soul. They'll make you a good person. But the productivity of life, you being able to take the material world and manipulate it to produce and materialize what it is that you want. You want a bigger masjid. Don't tell me that this is all you want. You need more space right now. You're going to see that 2 hours from now when folk come in here to eat. You're going to realize you need a place for people to eat and a place for people to pray. So you need to go out this wall or whichever way you want to go. Or either build a whole nother complex, a whole nother building on this land that you got. Now all of us have to get into that vision. It's the imaginative faculty. I'm sitting here watching it last night. So we have to, after everybody's get eaten, okay, we got to break it down, because that's what we got to do at this particular point. But that's not the ideal situation. That's not what we want. We need classrooms for students where we're teaching and educating. These are the things that we have to have. So until we start realizing and start using, this is how you get them. And look, this mind here, this is where you pile up all the books at. The PhDs, the doctor's degrees, the bachelor's degrees, the associate's degrees, all that's at the conscious level. But how many people have all of that type of knowledge, but they're failures? They're broke. They can't figure it out. Some of them are sitting under the viaduct down there right now, homeless, with PhDs. So you got to get the information in here, into the subconscious mind. There's only two ways. Look, we all are living based on paradigms. What is a paradigm? It's a body of habits that's pretty much controlling everything that you do without you having to think about it. It's what gets in the way when you say, I'm going to change. When you say, I've had enough of this. I know I got to do better. I know I can do better. I should do better. And you'll start working a day or two, and you'll be all right for a day or two. But sooner or later, the paradigm shows up. And you right back to where you were, doing the same thing. I know I got to stop eating this sugar. I know I got to stop eating this. I know I got to stop drinking coffee. I know I got to stop doing so and so. And you do it for 2 or 3 days. And then one morning, you get up, and here's the paradigm. Saying, look, you can have coffee today. And the process goes on again. It continues on. The only way you can change this down here, the paradigm, the only way that you can change the paradigm is through shock and repetition. This is the only 2 ways that you can change it. So you literally have to Get something that you want. What do you want? I was shared with the group yesterday. My grandson is getting ready to graduate. Y'all give him a hand. He's getting ready to graduate. Same son. I was told the people yesterday I had trouble out the boy. Had to go to school. Kindly tell you. I used to have to go to school every day for him. He was a rebel rouser, terrorizer. He was 4th grade, 5th grade. He'd get into the classroom and just terrorize everybody. So I went there. One day I went and sat in the classroom from 7 o'clock in the morning, whatever time he started class, till he got out, just to embarrass him in front of his peers. And I was waiting on him to do something. But he's graduating. So I have a conversation with him the other day. I said, okay, and over the years, I've given him books to read. I mean, books on how to become successful. So he says, so I said to him, I said, what do you want? He said, I want to be an entrepreneur. I said, write it down. I said, what else you want? He said, I want a 6-figure income. I said, write it down. I said, what else you want? He said, I want this. He's some kind of car he mentioned. I didn't even know what I didn't know what that kind of car was. I said, well, write it down. I said, what else you want? He said, well, I think I need to get another bank account. And I said, no, well, then put down that you want 2 bank accounts. Then I said, well, how much money do you want to earn every year? How much money do you want in the bank? And how much money do you want at retirement? So he's trying to figure all this out. He ain't but 18. But anyway, he writes it out. So now, I have these gold cards. I carry these everywhere. I read them all the time. I think they kind of helped me get to where I'm at. So I gave him the gold card. I said, now I want you to take and make this as concise as you can, these things that you want. And I want you to write them out on this card. So the card says, my goal, and I said, then the next thing I asked him, I said, when do you want these things by? He said, well, by the time I get to 25. I said, well, that's about 7 years from now, right? I said, yeah. I said, so then write on the card, on or before 2030. I am a millionaire. Not I will be. I am an entrepreneur. I have a 6-figure income. I drive this kind of car. I live in this kind of house. So he's putting that on this card. So now I told him now, once you get it now, what you're going to do, you're going to read the card every day. Sometime in the morning, sometime before you go to bed at night. Sometime during the day, you pull the card out and you read the card. This is at 18. I had nobody to tell me this at 18. That this is how you get what you want. So by now, he's probably got the card written out. Why? Because what has to happen is he has to keep. And I told him, I said, now these things that you want, you got to remember that there's an incubation period to everything. I said, do you know what incubation means? He said, no. I said, well, go get the dictionary. So I go get the dictionary and we look up what incubation means. And it talks about eggs. It talked about bacteria. That's what? Like the hen got to sit on the egg and keep it warm until it hatch. And I say it's the same thing with ideas. You don't know what the incubation period is for an idea. On to get $1 million. All you know is, based on what I'm telling you, is once you get it down here, you're going to get it. Once it gets into the subconscious chamber and you keep giving it attention, you're going to get it. I don't care what it is. Here's the first, the other part that the card says, I'm so happy and grateful now that. Now that what? Now that I have, Scripture says, what things soever ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them and ye shall have them. It's a law. This is what the Imam is saying to us. He's talking to us about laws, the logic that's in the matter. But if you don't learn this kind of stuff about you, we suffer. I mean, we can gradually get by. All of us in here know that we should be further along than we are here in Charlotte. All of us know that. And all of us know that we would, if we cooperated with one another more, we would get to where we're going much faster. We all know this. We know it, but it's not down here. It's not in the subconscious chamber. It's not unconscious competence among us yet. This is the reason why people create prototypes. They create prototypes and sit it somewhere where everybody can see it. So every time you pass by it, people see it. And it keeps sending that message to the subconscious mind, send it to the subconscious mind. Universal mind picks it up, materializes it in the material world. This is what God wants us to know. This works with your health, your wealth, your happiness. Everything depends on you learning how to use your mind and control it. Allah gives us the fast so that we can do that. Shuts down these natural biological functions for 29 to 30 days to give you some strength. Causes fusion to take place in your nature. Those unruly characteristics and qualities to come together. Yes. Stop you from being wishy-washy. That's what the fast does. So we can get what we want, but we got to know the route to it. The Quran puts you on the road. I don't care what it is. It's going to always get down to the thing itself, what it does, and how it works. The thing itself, what it does, and how it works. This comes out of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's teachings. The thing itself, what it does, and how it works. But now let me give you a little more. Revelation, history, science, and common sense. I don't care what it is. First revelation, then history, science, and common sense. So if you're using those four things, along with understanding those other three, there's nothing to stop you from getting what you want. Look, y'all, and it's time for me to stop. Look, this has cost me thousands of dollars. And I was willing to pay the price. I'd have paid the price just to get this. Just to learn this. To learn how to take and put in here whatever I want in here. They teach this in the church. Y'all didn't hear what I said. I say they teach this in the church. They teach this in the synagogue. They understand the value of money, the importance of money, and large sums of it. And they teach their people how to get it. That's what we got to do. We have to teach our people how to get money. Legitimately. I mean, that's the reality. Yeah, I have to qualify that. Because some of us already know how to get it. But that's what we have to do. This is what they're doing, y'all. Look, when I was getting this, everybody that I was in the room with, well, it was probably only one or two that was as dark as I was. It was hundreds of us in the room. Hundreds of us. Most people couldn't afford to pay what it cost to get in. Only by the grace of God. Only because the imam said, go back to school. He didn't say it to me directly, Waheed. But he put it out there for all of us. You want to keep selling fish? You want to keep selling papers every week? Okay, you can do that. But you need to go back to school. So I went back to school. Well, went to school for the first time. True, this is a true story. Khalil tell you this. We're in Greensboro. The man asked me, we starting the monitoring team in Greensboro. He said, why you come to North Carolina, Greensboro? He said, you came here for business, didn't you? Isn't that what he said?
Yes, sir. He said that.
You can't, how he know? But that's certainly why I came to Greensboro, was for business. I didn't come here to be an imam. I did not. I was the imam coming out of New York City at Masjid Shabazz. I was the associate imam near Tabacha for 3 years and had been the resident imam in Buffalo for 7 or 8. So I'm coming south for business. And I'm going to share this with you before I sit down. This is a true story. I had a business partner, and we were doing a seminar in New York City, Willie Larkin. We were doing a seminar in New York City, and we were sitting downtown in the St. Moritz Hotel, Manhattan, and Ali Rashid passed. Allah's mercy be on him. Ali Rashid passed, and we're sitting there, and so Mr. Larkin, I'm telling him the story. He said, well, what are you going to do, Doc? Because I told him, I said, well, they're going to need my help. He said, well, what you going to do? I said, well, I guess I'm going to have to go help them. He said, well, it's your choice, but I can tell you it's going to cost you a lot of money. Because he knew where we was going. And I don't regret it. I went back and worked in the Masjid. Stopped that pursuit of money every day. I remember talking to the imam. He called me after Rashid had passed. I called him and told him the infrastructure in the Masjid was strong and everything was okay and so on and so forth. Asked him, did he want to come to New York? He said, no. He said, you know, Rashid is a proud man. I don't think he wants me to see him on his back like this. That's what he said. So, long story short, I got to tell y'all this because it's really relevant. Rashid gets operated on in New Rochelle. And I see him in the hospital in New Rochelle. He said they got it all out. He thought they had got all the cancer out. So I fly back to Buffalo. I'm living between New York and Buffalo, New York City and Buffalo. I'm commuting. And about a week later, 2 weeks later, I call the house and I talked to Jamila. I said, can I speak to your husband? She said, my husband ain't here. I said, what do you mean he's not here? She said, my husband is in the hospital down in the village. So I get on a plane, come back, go to New York, back into New York. And when I get to the hospital in the village, Rashid can't talk. Vocal cords gone at that point. And so the word is out, he's not coming back. All kinds of talks. And I'm getting calls from everywhere. Yusuf Shah, Alfred Muhammad, other leaders up there saying, look, and I remember Yusuf Shah saying to me, Malcolm wanted New York, brother. You got to want New York. I said, I don't want no New York, and you can't give me no New York. I had just resigned in Buffalo. And you ain't got nothing but 1,500 times the problems that I had down here in Buffalo. I don't want no New York. And I mean, it's attractive now. Financial capital of the world, World Trade Center there, all that sort of stuff. I ain't want that. But anyway, he passed. So when he passed, this is a true story. Bacha and I go to the hospital to see him. This is the last time we saw him, alive. And so Bacha leaves out the room. He writes on a piece of paper. He put Bacha's name down. Then he put my name down. And then he put his name down. He knew he wasn't coming back. But that was the order. And he gave me the paper. Bacha had left the room. It was a true story. I didn't have to get that paper to Bacha. Then people weren't looking for Bacha to be the imam. I'm just sharing this with you all. But I gave him the paper. And then I get on a plane and I fly back to Buffalo. Can I tell you, I fly back to Buffalo. As soon as I got off the plane, the phone rang. It's Bacha. He said, he gone. I get right back on the plane and go back into New York. That's how that thing got to where it got to. That's how it got there. But it was never about money for me. And I think that's why God blessed me. Because it wasn't about money. I could have had as much money as I wanted. I was with the man that was making the money. And with the people that had the money. Well, why, he can tell you. So it wasn't about that. And fortunately, in time, I got a chance to work with the imam every day for about 4 years. And never had another experience like that in my life. That's why I'm like I am today. And so I don't necessarily see things like other imams see things. But he didn't shape me that way. And when I was with him, I was like you. I listened. It wasn't what was it for me to say? Unless he asked me. I was his doctor. He was my leader. He was my friend. He was my brother. He was a client of mine. I still got the checks that he wrote me. He wouldn't let me give him stuff. He paid for everything. It's the kind of man he was. So that rubbed off on me. And this is true, and I'm closing. Had it not been for the imam, I never would have listened to this white man that started teaching me about health. I would have still been into Yaqub's history. You too. We've still been in the Yaqub's history. Imam came and changed all that. Imam wiped all that out. But I'm saying he came and wiped all that out. So I know you weren't here, and some of you others weren't here. But this is a part of the history of our community. So when we look at what's going on today, people like us that's been here while he working with the imam for years, taking them into these universities and college campuses. We had these experiences with the man. So we know who he was and what he was. He didn't come out and say he was mujaddid, we said it. And I still believe it today. And there's no reservations in my mind as to whether or not he was or not. Look, get these Ramadan sessions. You start reading these Ramadan sessions, you will be as convinced that, as most of us are, even though you were never in those sessions, on the blessing that we really had and got as a community as a result of Imam W.D. Muhammad being here with us. He freed us. So we can go wherever we want, get whatever we want, have whatever we want. But we need to understand these things too. We got to understand these things also. And they're going to try to stop you. Shaitan is going to try to stop you. They ain't going to let you, Ronald. They ain't going to let you do this without opposition. It is not going to happen. They did not want to see me, Waheed, and us doing what we were doing. Not without opposition. I remember the Imam told me, point blank, this is Satan. Shaitan, forces in our community, working through members in our community. Man, give me a position, and no sooner he gave it to me, the forces started coming at me. I said to him, I said, Brother Imam, I said, look, I said, now, you can see they coming at me. Only thing he told me, you got to be smarter than they are. You got to be smarter than they are. Otherwise, they're going to take you out. That's a fact. But my life is in the hands of God. I believe that wholeheartedly. My total trust is in Allah. And that's what preserved us. And that's what will preserve all of us. Keep our hands and our lives in His bosom. That's what we have to do. If we do that, God is going to favor us. God is going to bless us. It's been good talking to you all today. I don't know what I'm going to say tomorrow. But it's a pleasure being here with you all the time. Sister Darlene. Sister Darlene been working, look. Sister Darlene been working in this. Look, let me say something to you all. Because I read Zakiya Muhammad's book on Clara Muhammad. All of you, if you don't have that book, you need that book. Get that. I started reading that book. I could not stop. She got the same spirit. Sister Darlene got the same spirit. They work. They're concerned about the people in this community. Not just about the people in this community, people from outside, all people. So Connie and I have been coming in here 30 years at least. She been working 30 years. What you saw her doing last night, she been doing that for 30 years. That I know her. 40-some years. She was doing it before she got here. And look, and you can't stop Connie. I don't care where Connie go. You can't stop out. So I don't even try no more. She gonna be in somebody's kitchen. She gonna be somewhere working. She was here before I got here. She was in the community before I came in. She was working before I got here. So I already know. Ain't no need, look. Oh, okay, alhamdulillah. Go ahead. You might as well say it now.
She had plans to go to school to be a nurse. And then she started having company with me. And we ended up getting married. We had 7 children. With us, and then she went back. She went to school and got a nursing degree. What she wanted to do, she did. And you talking about a supporter. I'm not saying this because she's here. She has been my supporter the whole way. Everything that I wanted to do of good, you know. I'm not saying I would. Well, you had them.
One thing you know.
She was always supportive, always there.
Yeah.
Not just for me, but for my children, but also for the community.
Yeah. I don't come in here and mention you without mentioning Darlene. Because you couldn't have done this without her. And how could you have done this without her?
Well, actually, I told her when we were leaving Ashford that I wasn't going to do this. I came back to be a clinical chaplain for the state. I had no plans at all, you know, because after I worked 10 years in Harrisburg with that group,
I know, I understand. I understand exactly. But look at what happened. Yeah. But Allah touched you. Allah favored you and favored all of you, favored all of us, and blessed us to have this place with its potential. With its potential. That's what I'm talking about, the potential that's here. Why? Because you used your good sense. You followed revelation, history, some science, and common sense. And that was enough to get you this far. Now, if you keep doing that, then you're going to bust out of these walls. Or you keep this place and build you something else. You got 8 acres here.
I can tell you this, brother man. Don't want to leave nobody out because we've had people who supported us. They're still supporting us.
Oh, I know.
Working for this community. We got young people. We got people who are not so young like myself.
Yeah.
All working to advance the community. And one thing I think we always remember, Imam W. Muhammad dedicated this place. He came here and dedicated it.
Yeah.
Y'all know
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. But look, let me say something to you, Khalil. I was riding with the Imam in Rochester one day. He was up there for an educational conference. And we were in the car and we were just talking. And somebody said something. And I was doing the same thing that you was doing. Saying, well, don't put it on me. Don't think that. The Imam said, look. He said, when you got it, you got it. When you got it, you got it. So look, they gonna get their share. They get their recognition. But when you got it, you got it. You sitting in it. You sitting in it. You sitting in it, you got it. So praise be to Allah. Thank you all very much. Y'all get copies of the book. Get copies of this book. Let me go back before I leave here in terms of again, Sister Darlene, in terms of what she's done here in this community, what I've seen her do in this community. It's so reflective of what I read with Clara Muhammad in this book. I'm telling you, I could not put the book down. So y'all make sure y'all get copies of it. Also get the Ramadan session. Yes, sir.
Sheikh, would you, I'm sure you probably covered it, but if you haven't mentioned the importance also in terms of health, fitness, the importance of fitness going along with diet and whatnot. We have a Tai Chi class we just opened up on Mondays.
Yeah.
Could you, if you didn't comment briefly on.
No, it's huge. In fact, I dealt with it yesterday too. But it's huge. Because, why? Because you don't perform well when you don't feel well. When you don't feel well, you don't perform well. None of us should be dragging bottom. So you got to eat right as best you possibly can. The Quran says what? What's lawful for you? It says what's good and pure. So now you got to look at what's good. You got to figure out what's good and pure today. In terms of what you're putting in. Now, I'm going to tell you, that paradigm is going to get in the way. Fried chicken going to show up. It's going to show up. Pizza man going to show up. Chinese man going to show up. Because it's down in here. But you got to be as frugal as you possibly can. And we do need to understand, whoever the cook is in the house, look, you have a great responsibility on you to keep your family out of the doctor's office. And when you don't understand vitamins and minerals and nutrients and health, then we set ourselves up for disorders that we really don't have to have. Here, let me say this in closing. One of the most important things that all of us need to be doing right now is drinking more water. Dehydration is at the base of all of these disorders, from the common cold to cancer. Dehydration is the foundation of it. Then we can start looking at the other factors, lack of digestion, lack of elimination, not enough nutrients, so on and so forth. But number one, water.
Imam, you know who told me that?
Yes.
Muhammad told me that.
Yes, sir.
What you just said. Water.
Water.
Not anything in it, just plain
water.
Yeah.
That's it. So look, we can't speak enough about it because it's so crucial. Khalil told me yesterday. He said, Doc, when you used to come in here, you used to be a doctor. He said, but you're a real doctor now. He said, you was a play doctor before. he said, you're a real doctor now. Praise be to Allah. Okay, thank you all very much. Assalamu alaikum. Oh, yeah.
I know you got some questions.
Okay. Let me mention this one thing about salt. Salt, because so many of our people are hypertensive. You know, we're really, really hypertensive, and we got a lot of high blood pressure in the community. Now, and I know what your doctor tells you. The doctor tells you stay away from salt. Well, they're talking about table salt. They're not talking about sodium. You need natural sodium. There are 4 vitals that we have to have. You've got to have oxygen, you've got to have water, you need sodium, and you need potassium. Those are the 4 vitals. You know you only got maybe 3 to 4 minutes without oxygen, maybe 2 weeks without water. And then the lack of sodium and potassium is just a gradual fading away of this material. So you got to have sodium. But now, here's the thing that you have to understand. All life comes from water. Quran tells you this. All life comes out of seawater. In that seawater, there's 92 elements. 30% sodium, 50% chloride. That's what table salt is. If you injected table salt into your veins, it would kill you. Y'all did hear me because I heard y'all say, But we gradually eat it every day. But here's the salt that you need to be eating. You should be eating Celtic salt. You should be taking in Celtic salt. Here's another thing we have to understand. I just told you dehydration is at the base of all the disorders. You have to have magnesium in order to get H2O into the cell. Celtic salt has 3 forms of magnesium in it. That's why we recommend the Celtic salt. Now, how do you take this salt in? What you want to do, you want to get some salt and get about the size of a pea in the palm of your hand. Celtic salt. Celtic salt. And then what you want to do is you want to put some of this on your tongue before you drink your water. So you're going to take the Celtic salt, take some on the tip of your tongue, then drink your water. And then what that will do, because of the magnesium, it's going to escort H2O into the cell. You can be drinking water and still be dehydrated. The water's not getting in.
When I was in Mecca, I had to go to the doctor. And I was drinking water every single day. When I got, you know what he told me? He said, you dehydrated. I said, how in the world can I be dehydrated?
Yeah.
And I'm drinking water every day. I wasn't using salt.
It wasn't, that's it.
I think he gave me some salt tablets.
That's what he did. To help escort, because you needed the sodium, but you also needed the magnesium in order to get H2O into the cell. Just like some of you who are diabetics, you already know, if you don't have insulin, you can't get glucose into the cell. The glucose will stay in the blood and you become a diabetic. Also, you need to know, if you don't have vitamin D, you can't get calcium into the cell. So these are precursors to you getting certain elements into the cell. These are the things that we need to understand as cooks. And just basically people that's trying to keep their health. Yes, ma'am.
You said sodium, water, potassium. What was the 4th?
Oxygen. Oxygen first. Oxygen, water, sodium, potassium. You can get your potassium from your fruits and vegetables. A lot of dried fruits have potassium in it.
You can't find fruits anymore without seeds.
Well, that's what they've modified, genetically modified stuff. You got to be careful about all of that. See, that's why Quran says good and pure. So you got to look. So what? Homogenization, pasteurization, steroids, hormones, industrial waste, pesticides, herbicides. All this is being put on the foods. Yes.
Where do you get the Celtic salt?
From your Whole Foods. Try to find it at Whole Foods. If you can't find it at Whole Foods, go to Amazon. No, she said she just saw that Walmart.
But my wife tried to get it at Walmart. They told her to go to Amazon.
It's on the website too, though. Celtic sea salt?
Huh?
Is it Celtic sea salt?
No. Yeah, well, it's Celtic sea salt. Yeah, it's Celtic. It's going to be, it will probably say sea salt on it, but you want to make sure that they're saying Celtic salt.
Maybe this is the brand I'm looking at. I don't know.
It could be the brand that you're looking at. Yes.
Dr. Nuruddin,
Yeah.
you said if we don't have vitamin D in our system, and then I missed the
Calcium. You can't get calcium into the cell. And calcium is the knitter. Calcium is the healer. Calcium knits things back together. Mm-hmm. A lack of vitamin D. Yeah. D. Yeah, D3, that's really what you want to get. You're welcome.
I just started using it again.
Any other questions? Y'all really been gracious. Inshallah, we'll see y'all tomorrow. Assalamu alaikum.
Oh. Yeah, I know. No, is it town council? Yeah. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna talk. I just want to say that we appreciate everybody coming. Thank you, Dr. Nuruddin.
Oh, praise be to Allah.
Inshallah, we're looking forward to your presentation tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And inshallah, she'll be talking, and I'll say a few things. And by the way, you was on my notes about Masjid and
Oh.
and Mu'allim and all
Oh, for
that.
tomorrow?
Yeah. So anyway, we thank Allah for everybody, and we're gonna remind you that tomorrow we'll start at 12:30 again. It's gonna go from 12:30 to 4:30. That will conclude our Ramadan session.
Alhamdulillah.
This evening, you have more announcement, Brother Imam?
The brothers iftar tonight.
Yeah, Brothers Iftar tonight. Brothers Iftar. So I know that's gonna be good, brother. Sisters, Brothers Iftar. All right, we're gonna conclude. Let's conclude. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. Allah grant us the excellence of this life and excellence of the life hereafter and protect us from the fires of sin. Ameen.
Ameen. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen.
Yeah, we're gonna put out. We're gonna hear maybe hear it.
As always.
Oh, alhamdulillah.
Listen.
Alhamdulillah. Yes, sir.
It start this class up.
Oh, okay. Praise be to Allah. Yeah. I need to do some. I really need to do some stretching, man, you know. Sister Marcia, really enjoyed your presentation. Looking forward to tomorrow. Yeah, I know. Oh, no, you come up with something. There's a lot of stuff that we got in the tool bag. Oh.